Hi everybody. So my name is John and I'm gonna do a video right now to refute John Oliver's recent expose, if you can call it that, on the Xinjiang province in China. Um, I have a lot of tabs open here, and basically these tabs are gonna be points of information to refute John Oliver. Um, what I'm gonna do is I'm just going to play the video, and then sort of as he says things that need more context, I'll just pause it and go into my tabs. So, all right, let's start this video.
And there's an ethnic group in China being systematically surveilled and imprisoned in an attempt to essentially wipe their culture off the map. And you know what?
All right, so right there, so the theme of John Oliver's monologue, his episode today, it's about the Xinjiang province in China. I would guess probably, at least for this audience, a lot of people wouldn't be too familiar with Xinjiang outside of some of the news reports that have been coming out lately in the American media and just general Western media that's English language. So yeah, it's probably good to just talk about what Xinjiang is at the start and kind of briefly talk about the history. So Xinjiang. All right, so it's a province in northwest China. All right, let me find 1 second. So Xinjiang. All right, so we have some maps here to show you where Xinjiang is located. It's basically the northwest extreme of China. So here's sort of a map, and everything that's sort of outlined right here in the right, if you can see my mouse, those are the various provinces in China. And this really large one in red, that's Xinjiang. So here's sort of basically like a nation, or this one's a little better. I'm not sure if you can see that too well. Okay, this one's a little bigger. So here's sort of like some other countries that border Xinjiang. So to the northeast here, you have Mongolia, and you have Kazakhstan to the northwest, Kyrgyzstan, also Afghanistan is also in that vicinity. So that sort of goes into the name itself of Xinjiang. Um, One good thing to mention is that, let me go back to this map really quick. So, this map right here, let me see if I can zoom in on that. Yeah. So this map right here, obviously everything is outlined. These are the various provinces in China. I believe there's 34. I don't have that number in front of me. 34 provinces. You can see Mongolia right here. And I believe that country here, that was Kazakhstan, right? Kazakhstan. So Xinjiang was basically the new kid on the block, I guess you could say, as far as provinces that were. Oh, sorry about that. So Xinjiang was the new kid on the block, I guess you could say, as far as provinces that were entered into the Chinese state. So probably for 1,000 years, it had always been, you could say, part of like the movement of Chinese people because of the Silk Road. Um, I don't necessarily have the figures in front of me of when the Silk Road first started, but it was, basically principal route of trade for hundreds of years, like through multiple dynastic rules in China, right? So that term Xinjiang, obviously that's a Chinese term, and it's sort of the Chinese word for that province, and it literally means new frontier. So, like I said, it wasn't until like the 19th century when Xinjiang was incorporated into the territory that we know as China. And sort of like the name that was given just means new frontier. Like, it's in the northwest extreme, like I showed, and bordering that were various countries like Mongolia. So, okay, we can kind of go into some general history, which I have in some tabs if I can find them. Excuse me. But I'll just talk over that until I find it. So Xinjiang, it was ruled by various states or kingdoms. It was fought over by different Chinese dynasties for hundreds of years. The Mongols had control of it for some time, and then it was sort of its own, I guess you could say, like Turkic, Kazakh, Islamic state for a while before it was incorporated into China. So yeah, without going into too much detail, that's basically the history of the country. It had sort of crossed hands many different times, and then finally, after various wars and things in the 19th century, it became part of China. So that's probably about as much as I'll say in regards to sort of the territorial history of what we think of as Xinjiang. So let's keep playing John Oliver here as he gives you more information.
Let's hold the eyelash story for another week, and instead, let's talk about this, because the people in question are the Uyghurs. They're a mostly Muslim ethnic minority in a region of China called Xinjiang, and the Chinese government has been treating them absolutely terribly.
A UN panel says the region resembles a massive internment camp, where more than 1 million Muslim...
Okay, so that sort of idea, right, that how can you say it, that there's unique repression in Xinjiang compared to the rest of China? That's sort of going to color John Oliver's entire presentation here. I have sort of various points I want to go into. I guess I'll just let him talk for a little bit, but yeah, let's keep going.
Minorities have been rounded up, detained, and forcibly indoctrinated by the Chinese regime. Witness accounts, satellite imagery, and
Okay, so already they're, basically framing this as sort of like almost a case of discrimination. Yes, Xinjiang. So let's look at some population numbers. Xinjiang, the population in 2010 was almost 22 million. And compared to other provinces in China, that's pretty small. Let's see. So here's the population of China, 1.4 billion. And I think I kind of screwed up here in my sort of in my presets and my I had all these sort of tabs. But let's hold on, let's improvise a little bit. So Chinese provinces by population. Then we'll just sort of get an idea of how large each region is. All right, current population, that should do it. Okay, so here we have, let me zoom in on this. here we have the current population of the various Chinese provinces. You can look down the list. They have, the population of the entire People's Republic of China, almost 1.4 million, or 1.4 billion, excuse me. And then we have all the various provinces. So Guangdong, Guangzhou, Shenzhen, extremely large cities in Guangdong. That's close to Hong Kong. Shandong, I'm not exactly sure where that province is. We can look. Okay, so that's sort of in that general area. I believe Shanghai is somewhere near that area. But anyway, okay, so we can look at all the Chinese provinces, look at their population statistics, right? It even gives you kind of like comparable countries, right? So Guangdong, about the same population as the Philippines, so is Shandong, Hainan, etc. So we're going down the list. Let's find Xinjiang. Okay, so Xinjiang. All right. So this must be an estimate. So this has Xinjiang's population at 24 million. So that's a 2017 estimate. And we earlier saw 2010, they had a little under 22 million. So I should keep this tab open because it'll connect into another claim that John Oliver makes later on in the video. So, all right, 2010, we had slightly under 22 million. 2017, we have a little under 25 million. And then, yeah, we can keep kind of going down the list. And Xinjiang is sort of, what's this, like, yeah, so the bottom 10, I believe. More people, 24 million. Yeah, so that kind of gives you the population statistics. So yeah, we can go back to John Oliver now. Oh, and this is just kind of a dumb thing I did. Xinjiang is about the same population as the state I'm from, Florida. So just a bit of trivia there. All right, so let me rewind this because I actually wanted to talk about something he mentioned here.
Have been rounded up, detained, and forcibly indoctrinated.
So, okay, in case I probably haven't gone into that, the general accusation being made is that specifically in Xinjiang, China has this mass detention program that, the claim is being made, particularly by Western countries and maybe some other countries too, that China is needlessly detaining people and subjecting them to torture, and basically what I could only describe as I guess the word would be de-indoctrination, because the claim is that they're arresting, large amounts of people, and they're going into these like re-education camps. They're kind of using that term that was used during the Cultural Revolution, right? When the I don't want to go into that whole period, but basically, Cultural Revolution, there was like a fight between sort of entrenched senior members of the Communist Party of China and sort of younger members that were, I guess you could say, more closely tied to Mao. And then the Cultural Revolution, I think, lasted for about 10 years. And then when it ended, China did what they called, I believe the term was normalization with the West. Actually, Richard Nixon and Henry Kissinger did a secret meeting with Mao and the premier, Zhou Enlai. And they kind of laid out how Western investment would start entering China. But the Cultural Revolution itself, why I mention it, I don't want to go too much on a tangent of it, but the whole idea of a re-education camp that did exist in the late 60s and early mid 70s. I think the Cultural Revolution went from 67 to 75. Um, and yeah, like people who were considered to sort of be threats to the party or to the socialist system. There's this term like they call it sent down. So even the general secretary, right, of People's Republic of China, Deng Xiaoping, in 1978, he was one of these sent down people. Basically, what it meant. There's a really good movie about that. Actually, it's called "In the Heat of the Sun." It's from the mid '90s. Basically, what sent down meant was you had a lot of these party members, particularly like in Beijing, large cities in China, and that's what I'm mentioning. Like the Cultural Revolution, it was like a revolt against the leadership of the Communist Party by particularly it was like the Red Guards. It's sort of what you think of as like the Communist Youth League. There was even like violent battles and things during the Cultural Revolution. But the Red Guards were trying to like struggle against the entrenched influence of the party. So this whole idea of being sent down, like if you, there was like a lot of different things. If your father or grandfather or direct ancestors were known to have worked with the Chinese nationalists in the 40s, you could have been sent down. It was kind of a chaotic period, but I don't want to get too much in tangents, but the idea of like a re-education camp that comes from that era, and we're kind of seeing, this real thing from the 60s kind of come back up again, but just in Xinjiang, right? So what was used against people who were considered to be entrenched or loyal, people who were considered to be either too entrenched in the communist system and resistant to change, or people who were considered to be disloyal during the Cultural Revolution. The real thing that happened to some of those people is sort of being claimed to happen now with the Muslim population of Xinjiang. So let's keep going. All right, let me stop talking.
Indoctrinated by the Chinese regime. Witness accounts, satellite imagery.
Okay, right here, it just kind of makes me laugh. Like there's so many right here. Okay, so we have these Google. Let me make this a little bigger. We have these Google satellite images, right? Okay, like this. I guess they're trying to say this is like one of these prisons in Xinjiang. Honestly, this. If you were to just ask me what this was, I would say it looks like some huge apartment block. Like right here, this kind of looks like a field. I don't know, like, but so often, like, the United States does this, like, with North Korea too. They'll show us some satellite photos, and they'll be like, "Oh my gosh, like, look, satellite photos of." Like with North Korea, it'll be like it's a nuclear facility. Like there was one story in North Korea where the U.S. released these like satellite photos, and then it turned out they were just like silos for storing rice or grain or something like that. But that's like one thing that always irks me. They like release these satellite photos. This honestly looks like maybe like an apartment block or a hospital. Like what is this? Like you see some sort of like green here, like some kind of courtyard. Okay, like it's a satellite photo. Okay, these are cars. These are definitely cars, so there's a parking lot here, so people are driving in and out. but it's just so bizarre to me. Like, satellite photos are supposed to condemn, of these atrocities. Okay, let's keep going.
And Communist Party documents reveal what appears to be the largest imprisonment.
Okay, here's more of these satellite photos. Just kind of these rectangular buildings, and like in the middle of nowhere, just this flat, arid terrain. We don't really know what that is.
Of people on the basis of religion since the Holocaust.
Wow.
Okay, so, oh boy, here we go. Okay, how far? We're 2 minutes. This is a 20-minute video. We're 2 minutes in, and they've already dropped the big daddy. The greatest atrocity. In the Western mind, right? The Nazi, elimination, the Holocaust. So already, what did I do here? Already, it's they're giving the story gravity. Like, okay, pay attention. Like, China is, we've got another Third Reich here. I apologize. I don't know. I kind of stupidly minimized. Sorry, let me get I stupidly minimized my whole tab here. Anyway, yeah. So like already from the beginning here, they mentioned something, the most horrific thing, basically, that any of us can think of, right? 6 million people in Europe, eradicated, right? And they're not actually, John Oliver, he's not actually accusing. That's the crazy thing. So they're using this correlation to Nazi crimes, just like industrial elimination of people. But he's not actually accusing China of doing that, but he's still, and yeah, like he's not saying it, right? John Oliver is not saying that China is committing a Holocaust, right? But he uses this this tape or whatever, this clip that does that for him, right? I mean, what he himself is accusing is basically like a mass detention program. He's not accusing China of, sort of the kind of crimes we saw in Germany. But he's still gonna use that reference, right? And it's just a reference for us. Like, it's for us, the audience. Like okay, like, you complacent American, like, China's doing this thing, and from the beginning we're going to compare it to the worst possible, crime that a government has committed in modern history, right? And that's supposed to like grab your attention. Like, oh my gosh, like, what the hell is China doing? Like, John Oliver, he's reasonable, right? Like, he's decent. He's a decent guy. Like, and he's comparing it to this thing. So right there, it's just, that there's that term yellow journalism, like back in the 30s. I believe that was Hearst. Yeah, William Randolph Hearst. Like this idea, you print these salacious stories and it immediately grabs the audience, right? So that's kind of partially what this is, like, yellow journalism. All right, let's keep going.
Saying anything is the largest since the Holocaust automatically makes whatever you just said worse. The largest collection of shoes? Fun! The largest collection of shoes since the Holocaust? Oh boy, all of a sudden, really, really not fun. And if this is the first time that...
Okay, so he kind of just accepts that comparison. but that kind of leads it in, right? And even the graphic here, okay, like Uyghurs, and you can spell it with a I or a Y. You see it spelled both ways. Uighur or Uyghur, right? And even this graphic, right? Like you see the barbed wire, right? Barbed wire over the map of China. And I didn't even notice this in the beginning, but Xinjiang is like this kind of pale pink, and the rest of China is red. So it's like, this red terror, this red threat, and then this kind of like this one place that's different or like resisting, and you had the barbed wire in the background, like even that graphic is just so kind of like why, like why. I didn't really even notice that the first time I watched it, but let's keep going.
That you're hearing about an estimated 1 million people who've been held in detention camps.
Okay, got to stop again right there. So he gave that million number. That million number, that's been cited a lot. So there's basically, these like human rights groups and these non-governmental groups that are saying, it's hard to actually figure out exactly how they're spinning this. They're saying, I've seen some things where they're saying 3 million have been detained. I've seen some where they're saying 1 million are detained. But let's kind of figure out that million number. I have that in my tabs. I have so many tabs. Just bear with me while I get that million tab. I do have that. Oh yeah, it's the NBC. I believe it's the NBC. Okay. No, I'm sorry. Just bear with me. Okay, here it is. This is Quartz, actually. So Quartz, more than 1 million Muslims are detained in China, but how did we get that number? Question mark. Oh, about 1 year ago exactly, July 4th, 2019, Patrick DeHaan. I'm not sure who that is, but let's see what Patrick DeHaan says. So Patrick DeHaan is going to explain how do we know it's 1 million, like the number has to come from somewhere, right? Like we can't just possibly be, in math class creating numbers, right? Like we have to get these numbers. Okay, here's this soldier guy. Okay, like that doesn't actually look like a gun. It's like a spear. I don't know what this. No, he may even just be a security guard. I don't really know what he's holding there. It's not a gun though. I kind of didn't really pay attention to the picture the first time I looked at this article. But okay, let me stop getting on my tangents. Let's figure out how do we know it's 1 million, because that number keeps coming up. It's 1 million. 1 million people detained. Okay, so here they're saying 1 million are detained. Okay, I've seen figures that are claiming that it's over the years. So John Oliver's going to mention that when this supposed detention started happening. 2014 is kind of where people say it started, and I have some tabs about, when these things started. So 1 million. All right, so they're talking about, all right, it's somewhere in the middle here. 1 million, it shows how I think it's even highlighted. I think it's like down in the middle here. The number of camps, I might have passed it. Give me 1 second. I should have had it. I apologize. I should have had it sort of like the place I need to be at queued up, but it is in here. They talk about, okay, the estimate used most widely for, right here. Let me highlight it for you. That might make it harder to see. Let me not highlight it. So the estimate most widely used most widely for over a year, of 1 million Uyghur Muslims held in Chinese camps was arrived at using similar methods by a group called China Human Rights Defenders and by Zens. Zens, it's this guy, Adrian Zens. I'll talk about him later because there's some curious things about him. Okay. CHRD, this China Human Rights Defenders, based in Hong Kong. Oh, funny, Hong Kong, okay. Isn't that curious? And Washington, D.C. interviewed dozens of Uyghur people. Dozens, okay? So they interviewed, okay, dozens. Not hundreds, not thousands. They interviewed dozens. Okay, that could be 24, right? That's 2 dozen. That could be 36, 48, right? So they interviewed a 2-digit number of people in Xinjiang. Interviewees gave estimates of how many people, ranging from 8% to 20%. Okay, that's kind of like a big gap, 8% or 20%. Okay, right? So I don't know. It's just, I feel like it's just sort of how unscientific and like how imprecise, these like claims are. Okay, like 8% to 20%, and we interviewed dozens. Like they don't tell you how many people were interviewed. Anyway, interviewees gave estimates that range 8% to 20% were being detained in their towns. So in Xinjiang, it averaged out to 12%, and CHRD bumped the percentage down to 10% for a more. Okay, so they kind of already admit that this is like totally, unreliable. It's like, okay, so based on our dozens of interviews, we found that 12% were being detained. And because we did so few interviews, we sort of bumped that down to 10%. Right? Just like arbitrarily for a conservative estimate. Like they know that this is just this million number, that like this is just reached totally arbitrarily. They just sort of modified it just so it doesn't seem too, right? Ultimately giving them 1.1 million Uyghur Muslims in prison. So, okay, so they're telling you right here that this is like, okay, I'm not like a math expert, but I did take a statistics class in undergrad, and it wasn't like social science statistics or anything, but how could this be considered like reliable data? Okay, like you interview dozens. Okay, the interviewees gave estimates ranging from 8% to 20%. Then they just averaged that out from the few interviews down to 10%, right? And from those dozens, they just extrapolated, right? So they interviewed people in various places. Then they basically just took that, inflated it to the whole province, then just brought it down to 10%, and then boom, they get 1 million. Like, it's so ridiculous. Like, I mean, I don't know. Like, am I the only one who thinks you interview a few dozen people, it doesn't even say how many, and then, oh, it's 1 million. Like, that's crazy. That is just crazy. Okay, so there's so many kind of trails I could lead down, but let's get off that million number. Let's go back to Mr. Oliver, because he has more to say.
Mostly Uyghurs, but also Kazakhs and other ethnic minorities.
Okay, that part, yeah, China has a lot of ethnic minorities, but obviously in Xinjiang, I believe Uyghurs, they make up a plurality, but not a majority. I think at this point, they're like 43% of Xinjiang. I could get the hard numbers later, but they're not a majority of the province, but they are the largest ethnic group in that province. Let's keep going.
Are not alone. And it's probably because China has done its level best to keep this story from getting out. But it may be getting harder.
Okay, that's kind of funny. Like, just as a comparison, it's like, okay, like, first he compares it to, you know, these atrocities Nazi Germany did, just persecution of Jewish people in Europe. He compares it to the Holocaust. And then he's like, oh, like there is this Holocaust level crime going on in the modern world in 2020. And you didn't know about it because China is keeping it secret. Like, okay, so, I mean, I guess in theory that could be true, right? That, like, no information, this interconnected world we have, like, I'm on the internet now, like, my cell phone is over here on my desk, right? Like, I'm just making a video about this, like, I'm just some random guy, but like this widely interconnected world that there's like, 1 million people being detained, and like just this mass event, this ongoing sort of issue, but no one has known about it. Like, we don't know until now. Like, like all these things are coming out, all these supposed details are coming out now, right? That's kind of preposterous to me too. Like, we know about so many things, right? And we have like hard scientific documentation, right? Like, so many things. Like, it's Syria is a good example. Like, everything that happens in Syria, like, we have the video, we have like these written accounts, like we have, just things, the level of evidence that like a court would require. Like, we have that for all these conflicts. But here, like this one, oh, like we're just finding this out. Like, that's kind of another thing that bothers me. And, and he talks about, one thing I wanted to mention, I wanted to compare this to Hong Kong because, they're kind of, at this time, they're kind of accusing China of not this level of repression, but they're kind of accusing China of similar repression in Hong Kong. But in Hong Kong, I mean, you can watch thousands of hours of video of the Hong Kong protests. You can watch everything that's going on there. I'm not going to get into all the things happening in Hong Kong, but that's highly documented. But this, like, for some reason, this is obscure, right? Like, I guess we're supposed to believe that, like, this state is so secretive, But Hong Kong is also part of the Chinese state. But just in this particular instance, right, like, we need someone to dig out the truth. We need a John Oliver, right, to dig out the truth. So let's keep going.
To ignore. Just this week, we learned that you may actually have a personal connection to this without even knowing it, because
Okay, this part kind of blew my mind. Listen closely to this part.
turns out Uyghurs are being shipped, and not always willingly, to work in factories across China. And some of the products they've been making may be right in front of your face.
If you are one of the millions of people around the world wearing a face mask because of the coronavirus pandemic, this footage may concern you. It shows a group of Uyghurs arriving at a textile company that started producing masks in response to the pandemic. We identified several Chinese companies that use Uyghur labor to produce PPE, and we tracked some of their shipments to consumers in the US and around the world.
Yeah, it's true.
Okay, so let me go back a bit. So kind of what he did there. So, right, the coronavirus is raging through the world. Right, and he makes this claim that Uyghurs are making these products that we're using, right, to protect ourselves from the virus, PPE. He doesn't, that was the one thing that kind of blew my mind. He doesn't actually name one specific supplier, that's supposedly supplying these masks, but he just says, oh, like Uyghurs, these companies are using Uyghur labor. Right, so he doesn't actually name one company, right? Because even I, like when I first watched it, I was kind of like, wait, cause I never really heard that claim before, right? That even the PPE that we're using is basically being produced, under bad labor practices. Watching it here, I did see little titles. Let me blow this up a little bit.
Having at a textile company that started producing masks in response to the pandemic. We identified
Xinjiang Tianshan Textile. Okay, so I feel like if, I'm not even sure where this clip is from. Oh, Telegraph. Okay, he's using the Telegraph. But I thought that was so curious. Like, he says they're making the PPE, but he doesn't really, say the name of one company. And in my notes, I didn't mark this down. I apologize. But let's just quickly search this. Was it Tianshan? You're right. Yeah, Tianshan Textile. Okay. So that's a textile company. Here it is listed in Bloomberg, right? Founded in 1996. A lot of times when I would, look for these articles. Okay, here's an article from New York Times, but it doesn't, in the search, it just says, hold on. These are just kind of like business listings. Okay, here's France 24. They actually mention that specific textile company. Let's see what they say, huh? Okay. John Oliver could be right? I could be wrong. Let's see. So let's do like a keyword search. Okay. In Xinjiang, where a majority of Uyghurs live. All right. Rural poor who are put into factories don't do it by choice. Okay. See, the same thing keeps happening. Okay. So France 24, right? China uses Uyghur labor to produce face masks, July 20th. So 1 week ago, exactly. Okay. These images may cause concern. It shows a group of Uyghurs arriving at a textile company which has started to produce masks in response to the pandemic. Uyghurs are a largely persecuted and largely Muslim ethnic minority. This brilliantly produced video, which, yeah, okay, right there, you can't watch the video. So see, that happens so much, like when I'm searching these things. They don't actually. So my mother's a librarian, and you call that a primary source. Like it's a thing you use, when you're like writing papers. When you like cite a fact, you have to like show your source, right? So I guess this would be like a still from this video they're talking about, but they don't actually have the video. But it's like, oh, France 24, we watched it. We'll just tell you what's in it, but we don't actually have it for you to watch. Like this is just a JPEG, right? This is just a JPEG. that happens so much when I'm searching this stuff. You can't really go back and figure out where these sources are coming from. Okay, so let's keep going on with this article. Brilliantly produced, appears to show grateful workers getting ready for new jobs. Behind this propaganda lies a hidden story about a long-standing, controversial government work program that experts, they don't even give you. This is France 24, right? This France 24 is, I believe, the French government. Like a lot of governments around the world now, they have English language news, and this is the French government's English language news source. So they're like, experts say. Who's saying this? Anyway, we have examined hundreds of videos, photos, and government documents, and we don't, these sources, the primary sources, like I'm saying, like they're not available to verify, right? So, you kind of see where I'm going with this. And shipping data. Oh, they did a really good job to reveal how the growing demand. We have identified several Chinese companies that use Uyghur labor. Okay, so the experts say often, people are put to work against their will. Okay, so here we have a quote. So maybe if they're actually quoting something, right, like maybe that's something we can actually then search. The rural poor who are put into factories don't do it by choice. These are coercive quotas that push people to work in factories when they don't want to, and that could be considered forced labor under international law. All of this is driven by supply and demand. Chinese companies rushed to produce masks as the pandemic spreads across China and the rest of the world. In Xinjiang, right, where the majority of Uyghurs, only 4 companies were producing medical-grade protective equipment before the pandemic. Now that number is 51. Yeah, of course it's 51 because, I don't want to go too, trail off too much, but probably if you've kind of been keeping up with what China's doing during the pandemic, like they built hospitals, new hospitals within like a few days. They utilize, their workforce of 1.4 billion people. Like they did that. And that's why, like at this point right now, the virus is almost eradicated. Okay, so this quote starts. Okay, it says, so that the number of PPE producing factories is now 51. We have found that at least 17 of them are participating in the workforce transfer program. Okay, they don't tell you what that is, so I don't really know. Maybe someone watching this can tell me what that is. The workforce transfer program. I guess transferring from province to province in China. So far, they're not even saying where's this quote coming from? Any company that purchases masks or other personal or other PPE that wishes to avoid forced labor in these products should not source them in Xinjiang. So basically, they're saying these experts that they haven't named are basically saying any factory in Xinjiang is forced labor. Okay, Tianshan Textile. That's what was in the John Oliver video. In mid-March. Okay. Okay, this is like a transcript, I guess. Right, so this whole article. This is so weird. This article, first, sorry, excuse me. First, this article has no author, but reading it, I guess it's like a transcript of the video that they don't, that they don't actually have available for us to view. It's so bizarre. So, okay, it's like a transcript of this video that they didn't actually upload for us to watch. Like, it's so strange. Okay, Tianshan, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so I guess here is the actual, above was, wow. So where the quote started, that's, quoting the video. So right here is actual, what France 24 is saying. Tianshan did not respond to our request for comment, but it is a clear example of how Uyghur workers are responding to the growing need for PPE. Okay, Hubei Haishan. I believe in John Oliver's video, Hubei, that's Hubei province. That's where, Hubei province, that's actually where the coronavirus first broke out in Wuhan. Wuhan is in Hubei province. Hubei Haishan, so they're saying Hubei Haishan, Hubei Haishan. They're saying it uses Uyghur workers from the workforce transfer program. So, okay, it looks like Uyghurs are coming from Xinjiang to Hubei. So Hotan is where these workers are living, and it's 3,000 kilometers from that plant. But still, they're not really. So these experts are saying that this is forced labor. Okay, so here's some red meat. Okay, images of the living conditions of Uyghurs at the Hubei Haishan factory. So that's in Hubei province. Proudly broadcast on state media, explain why the workforce transfer program is so controversial. They are required to attend a weekly national flag-raising ceremony to commit to China. Okay, weekly national. Okay, doesn't that kind of sound like maybe like the Pledge of Allegiance here in the United States? I don't know. It's just weekly national flag-raising. They must also learn to speak Mandarin. Okay, well, that's kind of crazy because already it's saying, right, they're going from Xinjiang to Hubei. Xinjiang is where an ethnic minority lives. They're not speaking Mandarin in that place. And they're going to Hubei province, which is probably more Han Chinese. So wouldn't it make sense that you would need to learn Mandarin? Like, I don't know. They're making these like accusations, but it's like it doesn't really, like, these things that sort of seem perfectly like normal in this situation, people moving from province where Mandarin isn't spoken to one that is. It's like, oh my gosh, they must learn Mandarin. Like, and even that is just a subjective thing. Like, they must also learn to speak Mandarin. We don't have the video, right? They never provided the video. Okay, this form of political indoctrination, I guess they're referring to the flag-raising ceremony that happens once a week, is common. And we've identified another exporting company. Okay, so I don't think we need to go into much detail. Okay, it's funny they mentioned satellite imagery again, right? I feel like this article, there's not a lot more we can learn from this article, and I've kind of spent too much time here. But, right, so, Oliver makes more mention of these, what they're calling workforce transfer programs, and he's basically saying that this is forced labor. Okay, people are saying that, but okay, so the two things that they're saying, they said the experts say it's forced labor, and they said, that there's this flag-raising ceremony, and they must learn Mandarin. But, like I said, it's moving from a non-Mandarin province to a Mandarin province. So just the accusations don't really make sense to me. Anyway, let me keep going.
identified several Chinese companies that use Uyghur labor to produce.
Okay, so right here, that Hubei Haishin, that was in the other article. So okay, we already covered that.
PPE.
And look at the distance between Xinjiang and Hubei, right? The article said 3,000 kilometers. I believe that's. Ooh, I'm a dumb American on the metric system, but I think that's like 1,400 miles, 1,400 miles, 1,300 miles, something like that. Like the distance between like where I'm from in Florida to like New York City. Like I think that's about comparable. Maybe I'm wrong. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong.
And we tracked some of their shipments to consumers in the US and around the world.
Los
Yeah,
Angeles.
it's true. The very masks that some in this country see as unacceptable infringements on their personal liberty may be getting made by people who would absolutely love for their worst infringement to be getting politely asked to leave a fucking Costco. And while there is clearly nothing new about horrific practices being hidden deep in the supply chain of global capitalism, what is happening to the Uyghurs is particularly appalling. So tonight, let's talk about them, who they are, what's been happening to them, and why. And let's start.
Okay, here he's going to give you, I guess, some like historic geographical facts. I have some notes about that. Like, probably just in the intro, he won't say anything too egregious, but we'll listen. And if maybe there's something that needs more context, I'll stop it, obviously, and do that.
With a bit of context. About 11 million Uyghurs live in Xinjiang, in the far northwest corner of China. It's resource-rich and it's strategically important, but Uyghurs have always had an uncomfortable relationship with the authorities in Beijing.
Okay, so even right there, just that quote, right? Uyghurs have always had an uncomfortable relationship with the authorities in Beijing, right? So earlier I mentioned the province known as Xinjiang. It's switched hands a lot over the years, right? Like the Mongols were, ruled that area before the I believe the Qing dynasty. Someone correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the Qing dynasty was the one who assume control over that province finally. I believe the Qing dynasty was the last dynasty. Yeah, so it was the Qing dynasty, I think, who, incorporated what we call Xinjiang. That just means new frontier in Mandarin. They incorporated that into the rest of the Chinese state, or the Chinese kingdom, I guess you could say, because it had a monarch at that time in the 19th century. But this quote is so this quote is just kind of misleading in itself, because it's like Uyghurs have always had an uncomfortable relationship with the authorities in Beijing. So it's like it's sort of making this like just a thing about the current Chinese state. Like so it's sort of like I don't want to get too into politics, but it is sort of like an anti-communist sort of implication, right? Like, just by saying Beijing, it's like, they don't really talk about the full history of Xinjiang and the Uyghur people and, their identity and how that region over the past several hundred years has shifted hands. That's kind of why, like, yeah, like I'm not trying to say that there isn't obviously like the major ethnic group in China. That's the Han Chinese, Mandarin speaking Chinese people. We're talking about a different ethnic group here. It wasn't always part of the Chinese dynastic system. Well, I guess you could say like the regions where that system was based in, like Beijing, and I believe the Qing dynasty was in what they call Manchuria. But yeah, like this is an ethnic minority. But over hundreds of years, like, it's been part of different states. It was part of the Mongol Empire. It was its own empire for a long time. at one point, I think there were two empires, like two dynasties rather, in China who were like fighting. I have notes about that. Like I think it was the Hui dynasty and the Qing dynasty. They were like fighting each other, and like one I believe it was the Hui Chinese dynasty. They were allied with the Uyghurs. So yeah, it's like it's almost like everything he says kind of has this like bent to it, like uncomfortable relationship with Beijing. Like, it's just like, oh, like it's just right now that there's sort of this like, I guess you could say, this question about, you know, the role and identity. Like, China's a large place. You have a lot of different ethnic groups, like John Oliver, he did a video on Tibet, like Tibet, the Tibetan people, that's not Han Chinese. Like the Tibetan people, that's its own ethnic group, its own language. I believe they even have their own writing system. But yeah, it's similar to Russia, basically. Like Russia is, especially the old Soviet Union, was made up of many different ethnic groups that, like the old Russian Empire kind of became the Soviet Union. But just watching it again now, just this quote that just says Beijing, right? So let's keep going.
Beijing, they have their own language and are culturally and ethnically distinct from the rest of China's population, which is more than 90% Han Chinese.
So that's true, Um, sort of like the main thing that they tease out is religion. Well, I won't get into that now, but yes, the Uyghurs, they're a different ethnic group, even under Chinese law. Like, Chinese law lists out the various ethnic groups. Tibetans, Uyghurs, those are considered their own ethnic groups. They have the regions they live in have certain provisions. Like, I'll explain that later. Let me not go into that too much. Let me just keep going with it.
On top of which, there's the fact that Uyghurs are Muslim in a country that is aggressively secular. So much so.
Okay, like even saying that, yes, like China has a communist government. Yes, communism is a secular idea. But he sort of sets up, the repression. Okay, so I do have some tabs. Excuse me, I do have some tabs about those figures. Okay, right here. I was curious myself, right? So, Xinjiang. The figures were, to make it easy, 20 million. 20 million people in Xinjiang. To make it even easier, I believe 40% of the population there is Uyghur. And I don't know, but let's just pretend that 100%, well, let's not even pretend. Let's just get the figures exactly. Let's say Xinjiang by ethnicity, I guess. Yeah. Okay. I apologize. I didn't have the tab on the ethnic breakdown of the Xinjiang province. I don't even know if China collects. Huh. Oh yeah, it's here. Yeah, okay, so yeah, Xinjiang, 43% Uyghur, here it is. Yeah. 40% Han, 8% Kazakh, 7% other. I don't know who those others are, but there's the figures, right? And then here's the various, like that's the capital. Karamay is a city in Xinjiang, so it breaks it down, right? So that's funny. The capital of Xinjiang, Urumqi, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that right. Urumqi, that's 75% Han, 11%. But then there's more Uyghurs in other areas. So Khotan, that was mentioned earlier, 96% Uyghur, right? Earlier they were talking about those workers from Khotan going to Hubei. So, Uyghurs are 40% of Xinjiang. So I can go back to what I had earlier. Okay. So John Oliver said China was aggressively secular, right? And okay, so a lot of the information about Xinjiang, it kind of leads you to believe that the only Muslims in China are in Xinjiang, like, because so much of this is being pushed, like, oh, China has a problem with Islam, right? Like that's why they're doing this. Like, Islam is like somehow, China is this like atheist, communist place, and it has this issue with Islam, right? Like, it can't accept Islam. I'm not a Muslim, but um, you know, that's sort of like the narrative, right? So okay, there's what I was going to go to. There's 20 million people in Xinjiang, and right, 40% are Uyghurs. I'm not gonna. I don't even know if there's statistics on like how many Uyghurs are Muslim, because you can't assume, right? You can't assume every Uyghur is Muslim. Like, maybe the majority of them are. Maybe that'll pop up in a quick search. How many Uyghurs are Muslim? I don't even know if that. So 8 million. Okay, so it does pop up. Oh no, that's actually not the population of 18. No. So that's not religious statistics. That's just how many Uyghurs, right? So okay, I'm not going to spend too much time looking for this, how many Uyghurs are Muslim, right? So because you can't assume they're not all, that would be inaccurate. Like, even if the majority of them are, so maybe here we might get some information here. And I'm sorry, I'm kind of freestyling this, but I just, that specific, like the religious demographics of Uyghurs, I didn't pull up beforehand. But I can't really find it in a quick search, so let's just go back. Sorry, so 20 million people in Xinjiang, 40%. To make it easier, 40% are Uyghurs. So what is that? 20 million, so 4 million is 20%. Yeah, 4 million is 20% of 20 million. Is my math correct? Yeah, so 8%, right, would be 40%, right? Am I right? Yeah, 8 divided by 20, yeah. So if the population of Xinjiang is 20 million, and 40% of the people in Xinjiang are Uyghurs, then you'd have 8 million Muslims, right? Or 8 million Uyghurs, sorry. And let's just pretend, just for argument's sake, that the 8 million Uyghurs in Xinjiang are all Muslim, even though they're probably definitely not. And I can't really even find religious statistics on, one ethnic minority in China. But let's just pretend they were. If all 8 million were Muslim, look, like that would make up a small percentage of the total Muslims in China. So like, that's like another thing. Like, this is being construed as like this religious persecution. Well, Uyghurs themselves make up a minority of Muslims in China. So if this was all about Islam, it doesn't really make sense to me. Anyway, that was probably a long tangent. I'll probably go on more. I mean, everything he's saying is like so wrong. But yeah, let me just go back to John Oliver here.
that a few years ago, a Chinese reality show went to Dubai and state TV censored all depictions of a woman in a headscarf in the weirdest possible way, covering it with a cartoon helmet and a shock of yellow hair with a ghost in it, and covering her hijab by obscuring her completely with a cactus in a Santa hat, even doing that when she was reflected in another person's sunglasses. And look, setting aside the issue.
Okay, right here, I did kind of do some searches for this clip. The name of that show is called it's called Divas Hit the Road, that reality show he's talking about. Yeah, Divas Hit the Road, that's the name of the show. The actress, her name is Ning Jing. She's not from Xinjiang. She is, I think actually had a tab. I had this tab on Divas Hit the Road, but, I'm not trying to talk about some reality show. But yeah, I had a tab on Ninjing. So she's not from Xinjiang. She's from Guizhou. So that's Xinjiang is right, or can you see that? Xinjiang is that province right here. And that's where she's from. So she was visiting, I guess, or whatever. I'm actually not even sure if that clip, where they obscured her headscarf or whatever, if she was in Xinjiang. No, that clip was filmed in Dubai, right? So I guess that was on Chinese television, but it was filmed in Dubai. So I don't know. It's like they're saying, yeah, I guess they're just trying to say that China. Sorry, let me zoom in on this. So the episode he's talking about the cactus that was filmed in Dubai. So I guess they're trying to say that China has such a problem with Muslims that they don't even want a woman in headscarf on television. I kind of tried to search this episode. There's a lot of hits, search engine hits about that. I would assume maybe it was like a joke, but it's being interpreted as like an anti-Muslim censorship. But and there was an article that I found where they linked to a statement from a government official. It was People's Daily. If you don't know what People's Daily is, it's like China's English language paper. It is a government paper, but it has a lot of information. It is published in many different languages. Right here, English, Spanish, Japanese, French, Russian, Portuguese, Arabic. Right, so it's that was kind of like the old school, right, Communist Party newspaper, right? People's Daily. Obviously, it still exists. They have a website. I won't go to it now, but anyway, I found this article about the whole Dubai, that reality show filmed in Dubai, and the cactus. Right here, you can see it in the guy's sunglasses. And the article had a link supposedly to a response from a government official about the cactus and the Super Saiyan Dragon Ball Z hair. But I got a 404, so I couldn't really find any sort of official explanation either from the TV station or from a government official. But I guess it would make more sense to just, I'm kind of falling into it right there. Why is a government, oh, let's ask the government for an explanation. This is just something on television. I don't. Maybe if I read, I don't read or speak Mandarin or any other language spoken in China, but I couldn't really find an explanation. I just found sort of articles in Western media saying oh, this is seen as, an anti-Muslim thing. And there's other things I can get into later about hijab, and specifically hijab in Xinjiang, but let me save that for later.
issue of religious freedom for a second. That's an amazing way to censor someone out of a TV show. I'm just saying, watching old episodes of House of Cards would be much less uncomfortable if it looked like this instead.
Why did you ask him to leave?
Okay, that's kind of like his little joke. Let me just skip this because I kind of spent a lot of time going on tangents.
Cards just as much as he used to, which was a bit. So there was that baseline difference there, on top of which some Han Chinese have held bigoted views about the Uyghurs. In fact,
this part is really funny. Like, he's like, oh, Han Chinese, the dominant ethnic group in China, right? The dominant ethnic group. He's like, Han Chinese have bigoted views of Uyghurs. And then look what he shows to supposedly prove this. Like, look.
Just listen to this interview from back in 2008.
Here in Beijing, Uyghurs are dispersed across the city. Many work at restaurants and street stalls. They stand out because of their different features and dress. Some Han Chinese are blatant.
Okay, so even right there.
Because of their different features and dress.
Right here, here's a woman in a headscarf, right? So that kind of contradicts what he said earlier. Like, I guess he was trying to put out the idea that they put the Dragon Ball Z hair and the cactus over her because she was wearing a headscarf, but they said it was Beijing. This was 2008, so I think it's before that video, but 2008. Here's a woman in a headscarf. Like, so, they're telling us this is a Uyghur woman. There's a lot of other Muslims in China who aren't Uyghurs, but they're telling us this is a Uyghur woman, or they're implying that it is. She's in a headscarf. There's her kid. But earlier they're trying to say, oh, like they're so anti-Muslim, they won't even depict a woman in a headscarf, even though she's in Dubai. So like it just kind of starts contradicting itself over and over again. Let's keep going. It's really funny. Like the clip he shows to prove. And I'm not saying that there's, there are a lot of different ethnic groups in China, and some have faced discrimination. I'm not saying that there's no discrimination of Uyghurs, but it's just funny, like the example he uses. Like you'll see. Let me shut up.
Some Han Chinese are blatantly prejudiced against them.
The
people from Xinjiang are not very good. Robbers and thieves.
Wow.
You see, it's like, I don't know, like maybe, I don't know if anyone else kind of sees that, but it's like, he's setting up this idea, and I'm not saying it's not true that there could be, and yeah, there are incidents, there is discrimination, but it's like, I feel like if he wanted to prove discrimination, he could have used like a much better example than just like who is this woman? Like just one random woman saying like oh, they're robbers and thieves. Like that's the example that Mr. Oliver found, right? This one woman in this one interview, right? I don't know. I just thought it was kind of so absurd. Like, okay, we're on this topic of like this supposed mass detention and stuff, and you can pull. If I was thinking like them, it's like, wouldn't there be so many examples? But it's like, oh, we found one woman saying Uyghurs are robbers and thieves. And, it's just like, what? Like that's the example they chose. Anyway.
Robbers and thieves. That is not an acceptable way to describe an entire ethnic group. It's barely an acceptable way to describe...
And what they're doing, like, they're also, even that is a little bit racist, because they're implying that all Han Chinese have this view. So right, so that's kind of the implication. So then, like, they're implying that, right, all Chinese look down on Uyghurs. So then it's like, oh, well, then that gives the next explanation of why this thing that we're saying is happening, right? Because, we have this woman saying they're robbers and thieves. And I think earlier he even said, like, Han Chinese have, didn't he? Wait, let me go back. And I don't want to misconstrue John Oliver's words, but I believe he specifically said Han Chinese have, negative attitudes about Uyghurs. Let me just go back just to make sure.
Just as much as he used to, which was a bit. So there was that baseline difference there, on top of which some Han Chinese have held bigger...
Okay, so he says some, right? But he still shows the clip to kind of reinforce that idea. So,
views about the
Uyghurs are
so we can keep going forward.
Chinese are
Wow. Robbers and thieves. That is not an acceptable way to describe an entire ethnic group. It's barely an acceptable way to describe all raccoons. I mean, yeah, they are essentially just kleptomaniac possums who steal your trash with their spooky little doll hands, but that's not all that they are. And all of this was exacerbated by the Chinese government, encouraging Han people to migrate to Xinjiang, with them often being favoured over Uyghurs for top jobs. And these tensions and resentments amid an overall atmosphere of extreme discrimination.
Okay. All right, so he said some huge things there. Huge things. And some of them, he'll mention other things coming up that kind of link into that. But I actually have some, all my plurality of tabs. I have some tabs about, right, the demographic figures. Okay, so before I go into those, we had that one, demographic. It was ethnicities, right? What was it? Just off the top of my head, it was like 40. Xinjiang province was 43% Uyghur, 40% Han. I think it was like 8% Kazakh, and 7% other. So that I guess that would equal 100. I don't have a calculator in front of me. So he right. So okay, this is kind of I don't really know where to start with this. I guess he's trying to say, like, he's accusing China of engaging in this ethnic erasure, right? And he's saying that part of that is, like literally just the influx of Han Chinese, right, into Xinjiang. Even though, I showed you that list earlier, out of all the provinces in China, Xinjiang, 20 million that's a lot. That's a good amount of people, but it's by no means, one of the larger provinces. Like, comparatively, it's like a pretty small province population-wise for China. Guangdong has 100 million, 5 times the population. And that other province, was it Shandong? I don't remember the exact name, but the second most populated province had 100 million also. So he's saying, basically, the government encouraged Han Chinese to move in, and like, I guess you could say that's like the spark of this, right? Like, and this is also kind of like this whole presentation. It's kind of strange because it's like a pro-nationalist thing, right? Like, he's sort of describing this place as if it's not part of China, right? And you could make that argument that it's different than China, sure. Like Tibet is a little bit different than the rest of China, right? Like, it's a different ethnic group. But even he is sort of encouraging that, like I don't really know how to describe it. Like, it's like, it's like, you know, China is a secular place. There's many different types of people, many different ethnic groups, many different languages. But he's trying to put this idea in your head that, like, oh, because the Uyghurs are not Han Chinese, then already right there. But it's like China is not a monolithic place. Like, God, I can't. I mean, I don't even need to pull up the figures, but how many dialects and languages are in China? You know, even that's misleading. You know, it's like, oh, like, well, this place, this is different, and China, you know, it's mostly Han Chinese, so, you know, they don't like these people because they're different, and, you know, it's like, and I'll go into like things that happen in Xinjiang, basically like the past 15 years, 10 years, you know, that very serious things that the government has responded to, but already there, you know, he's sort of like saying, I don't know, like that's not what China is not. China's not like Japan or South Korea. Like okay, so I kind of hate to like bounce the ball back, but it's like he's sort, you know, by pointing out, you know, these differences between like the Han Chinese and the Uyghurs, he's sort of making it seem like China is like some other countries in East Asia, like, because, you know, we know like South Korea is sort of like a mono-ethnic place, like very overwhelmingly Korean. You know, Korean is the main language. Japan, overwhelmingly Japanese. Japanese is the main language. And he's kind of making it seem like China is just like that. But no, China has many different ethnic groups, many different languages, right? Like in the southeast, right? Like they speak Cantonese, right? And like some places they speak Mandarin. I had a Chinese friend in college who spoke Hakka, Hakka, that Hakka. And like I remember, just like a little anecdote. My friend in college, you know, she's Chinese, but Chinese. She was from her family. They're Chinese, but they're from India. And we were in New York City, and we were in the subway, and you know, there was this older Chinese woman, right? There's just a story I'm telling. There's this older Chinese woman. We were in the New York City subway, and this older Chinese woman came up to my friend. You know, we're like the same age, this friend I'm talking about. And she just started speaking to my friend in Mandarin. And, you know, my friend kind of had to be like, oh, like, I don't, what? Like, you know, because, yeah, she's Chinese, but she doesn't even speak Mandarin. Like, she speaks Hakka, right? Like, that's, I guess, I'm not sure if Hakka is its own ethnic group, but, you know, there's like a language. I believe it's like its own and separate languages. Language, like there are different dialects and stuff. Like there's the Shanghai dialect, the Beijing dialect, you know, but so on and so forth. But, you know, like she didn't even really understand what this woman was saying. The woman might have been speaking to her in Cantonese. I'm not sure, but yeah, but like they're both Chinese, but they didn't even really speak the same language. So it's like, what I'm saying is he's trying to make it seem like China is a monoculture, but it's not a monoculture. So like even that's strange. Like it's like, oh, like so like the map I pointed out earlier, like it's red, but then this is, you know, pale pink or whatever. Like they're trying to make it seem like this ethnic thing, like the Han Chinese communists and then the Uyghur Muslims. Like it's like, no, like China has all different kinds of people. Like I don't really understand. So I don't really know if this is so important after kind of going into what I was talking about with the just the different ethnic groups, but it's just something that popped out at me when I was looking at these tabs. So right, Bovingdon. Okay, so here's like a source on Wikipedia. Gardner Bovington, the Uyghurs, Strangers in Their Own Land, Columbia University, 2010. So here's like an academic book or whatever. I'm guessing like an American academic published this. So let's hope that Wikipedia isn't misquoting Bovingdon, this I'm guessing historian. But here's something I found on Wikipedia. Uyghur nationalists often incorrectly claim that 5% of Xinjiang's population in 1949. Okay, so 1949, obviously, China, just quick little history, hopefully history reminder, or you already know this, not a lesson, but, 1949, the Chinese Civil War between the Chinese Communists and the Chinese Nationalists, I believe that was 1945 to 1949. So it ended, obviously, Mao and Zhou Enlai and the communists, they were successful. Then the country, it was declared People's Republic of China in 1949. And right, the nationalists, those guys, Chiang Kai-shek, all those guys, right? They were defeated, and then they went to Taiwan, and that's what Taiwan is, right? Everyone knows that. So right, so they're saying, they're talking about 1949. So even here again, it's like they're not. I mean, I understand, like, they're talking about like relevant things, right? Like the Uyghur situation in contemporary China, which is communist, but it's like, who, I don't know who wrote this Wikipedia entry or whatever, but the Uyghur nationalists, they're just referring to the population when China became socialist. Right. So the Uyghur nationalists are saying that only 5% was Han in 1949, and the other 95% was Uyghur. So, okay, what happened to those Kazakhs? Oh, but it says that, right? Kazakhs and Shibs? I've never even heard of. Shibo, Sibe, are an East Asian ethnic group mostly living in Xinjiang, Jilin, Shenyang, and Liaoning. Okay, 56 ethnic groups recognized by China, right? So, okay. So this guy Covington, he's saying Hans were 1/3 of Xinjiang's population in 1800, right? So, Xinjiang became part of China, I believe, like the mid 19th century. So what is that, like 1840, 1850, something like that? I have that tab somewhere, but anyway. During, 1800, so yeah, like the Silk Road moved through Xinjiang to, Central Asia. So yeah, like in 1800, right? So okay, so if this is true, 1800 Han Chinese, right? He's saying Han Chinese in 1800 were 1/3 of Xinjiang's population. Even though in 1800 Xinjiang wasn't part of China officially, right? It was kind of like, switching hands a lot. So if in 1800 the Hans were 1/3, okay, and now by official statistics, right? Like no one wants to trust, anything the Chinese government says, but it's like now they say that Han Chinese, they have those figures, right? It's 40%. But in 1800, it was 30%. So it's like, yeah, like, okay, maybe, what's that, 10% increase over 200 years? Okay, maybe like more have moved in, but this guy, Bovingdon, we can even search him, right? Like I didn't pull up his specific, info. Gardner Bovingdon. Indiana. So I'm seeing Indiana. So maybe he teaches at University of Indiana. I'm guessing Columbia. Okay, so Columbia published his book, but it looks like he teaches at University of Indiana. Obviously very highly regarded school. Yeah, just like a professor out of University of Indiana. So, and then it says here he like writes about Xinjiang. So right, so he's saying in 1800. Or let me go back. Uh-oh, where did my tab go? He's saying in 1800, 1/3 was Han. Like, it's just like, okay, like, yes, there's, and I don't know what the population of Xinjiang was in 1800. Like, I don't even know. Maybe there's figures on that because it wasn't even part of China then. So I don't know. Like, I would be curious to know those numbers. But he's saying in 1800, 1/3 was Han. So it's like, already John Oliver is saying that there's supposedly this ethnic displacement. But it's like, look, 200 years ago, this American academic is saying 1/3 of the population was Han. Anyway, I'm sorry for going on these tangents, but it's just like, it's just so misleading what he's saying.
Finally boiled over in 2009 with riots in the capital that killed 200 people, most...
Okay. Here we go. I don't know. Maybe I should. Let me let it play a little more.
109. Overall atmosphere of extreme for...
So, okay, right now he's going to talk about kind of like the spark of a lot of this repression that he's going to mention. Oh, somehow my window here got back to normal. Oh, I was trying to... Oh, that's strange. Okay, so he's going to talk about... there were these huge riots in the capital. Apologies if I'm pronouncing it wrong. I believe it's Urumqi. There were these huge riots, right? I'll give you a little brief. So basically, there was tension, right, between the Uyghur population and the Han Chinese, and what it was. You could almost compare it to like these huge American riots, like especially in the '60s. Like here in the United States, we saw these huge riots, especially in 1968. The U.S. had many riots, right? But yeah, in 2009, in Xinjiang, I believe in the capital, Urumqi. There were these riots, and yeah, like there were investigations, because sort of like immediately after it happened, we didn't know the real figures, but there were these investigations, and they found that I believe like once different organizations had investigated it, they found that like about 150 people were killed, and basically it was... I didn't really look up sort of like the specific origins of like which groups were out there riding on the streets, but it was like an attack on Han Chinese people. And he also doesn't condemn that violence, but there was like frustration, right? So it did come out of real frustration. Like there was frustration about Uyghurs, like Uyghur men especially, not getting certain good, like good employment and things. And it was kind of like a powder keg, right? Like that region also, at that time, there wasn't a lot of development. Like I showed you the map. Like it's well, here's the map right here. What am I talking about? So right, so sort of like a lot of the larger cities in China are kind of like right in this little arc. Like I don't know exactly, but I believe Hong Kong is like right around here, I think. And then Shenzhen and Guangzhou, like it's all right around here. And then Beijing and Shanghai, it's like kind of this area. Right, so like a lot of the development in China is kind of more like the east, right? Like I think it's been a while since I've like looked specifically at like the terrain of China, but I think most of like the western part of China, like it's very mountainous, it's very dry, right? Traditionally, like a lot of people didn't live in like this western part of China. Like most of the population of China is like on the east, this eastern part, because the land is better farming land, things like that. And I think like as China expanded, right, just like kind of like America, like as well, not like America because America wasn't, like a monarchy or a dynasty or whatever, but as like all those Chinese dynastic, successive dynastic rules happened, I think it was sort of like a westward push. Like that's what I'm saying. Like it was like a westward push, like America. Because like right here, yeah, like right here is like Inner Mongolia. Mongolia would be here if we had the full map. That's like Inner Mongolia. There's Xinjiang, and I think Tibet is like this. Tibet is huge. Like Tibet is like this whole chunk over here that I'm kind of putting my mouse over. But I believe like a lot of this western part, it's like very mountainous, very dry, very arid. You can't grow a lot of things. It's not really good farmland in a lot of these places. So there's just not a lot of people living, all in these like western parts. Like most of the population, a lot of the population is like in the southeast actually of China. Like that one province, Guangdong, where the province that's really close to Hong Kong. That's like 100 million people in that one province, right? That's just one province. I think Guangdong is like this area right here. I don't know. I don't know if I can actually zoom in, or I can zoom in a little bit. So yeah, Guangdong. I believe it's called the Pearl River. I believe that's what it's called. I might be wrong, but I believe that part is that province, Guangdong. But yeah. So sorry, I'm kind of losing my train of thought. He's saying. He's talking about Xinjiang. Oh, he's going to go into the riots, right? So yeah, but just about development. Yeah, like this whole western part of China, like China's been developing. That obviously the economy is growing. But yeah, that was a problem initially, right? Sort of where the people actually are is sort of where the development was happening. I mean, it is an error of the government, yes, but like from the 90s to now. Well, he's talking about 2009. So let's say from the 90s to 2009, when the Chinese economy was really growing, like we all know, we've seen China just expand and expand. But yes, like a lot of that growth was concentrated in the more populous areas, which is like those eastern, especially southeast areas. And that was a mistake by the government, but it's sort of a mistake that's kind of foreseeable. You know what I mean? Like the places where I'm not excusing the government's mistake. I'm just saying, like, right, you can understand like the riots he's going to talk about. A lot of it had to do with like the availability of jobs and things. But when you kind of like look at China as a whole, right, you can kind of get how, oh, right, so China's been growing, but these sort of like provinces that are sort of not that populated and far west, okay, like maybe we did kind of forget those. Like, it is a very large country, right? And we have those problems here in America, right? Like certain states here don't have the same wealth opportunities. It's not an excuse, but it's like, when you just kind of think about it, it's like, okay, like it's understandable how that happened, right? Like where the population is, that's where the growth is going to be. But now China is correcting that. Like I'll get into that later, but there are a lot of infrastructure projects and I like China has high speed rail now. I don't know. Maybe I'll look it up later, but I don't know if there's high speed rail going to Xinjiang. But China has like a lot of high speed rail, between the major cities in the east here. I don't know if it's in Xinjiang, but maybe I'll look it up when we're finished.
Top jobs, and these tensions and resentments amid an overall atmosphere of extreme discrimination finally boiled over in 2009 with riots in the capital that killed 200 people, mostly Han Chinese.
Okay, so you can kind of see where this is going, right? Like, he's talking about riots in Xinjiang. Oh, okay, so the figures I saw actually said it was like 150 killed. So he's saying 200. I guess the BBC. The BBC is saying 200. I saw figures that said 150. So his numbers, this is higher than some of the things I had tabs for and was looking at. But anyway, but just, when you kind of think about this a little bit, right? Like, just kind of think about it for a second. Some 200 people were killed, most of them Han Chinese, right? So he's already said that there were these tensions, right, between the ethnic groups. So you kind of get where I'm leading. Like, if most of the people killed were Han Chinese, doesn't that kind of make you think, oh, there's like these violent? I'm not saying the Uyghurs are violent, but it's going to kind of lead into something I'm going to show you later, that there are some people willing to commit violence on a mass scale within that group. And this isn't some sort of like castigation of the whole group, but this is very serious. Like, I mean, look, like, this is extremely serious. I mean, imagine a riot, right, in an American city, and like 200 civilians were killed. Like, can you imagine, like, just in June, we saw some property get burned and people were like losing their minds because, like, so a few places got looted. But in none of these cities in America did you hear of like hundreds of people being killed. Like that did not happen. I mean, I just can't imagine this. Like, I can't even really imagine a riot of that scale, right? He's talking about a riot in one city. 200 people were killed in this one riot, one event, right? Okay, in 2009. Let's keep going.
But rather than address the complex underlying factors behind those riots and other incidents, the Chinese government simply...
Okay, so he's saying there's complex factors behind those riots, right? Hold on, let me go back. I don't want to jump the gun. Let me give him room to say what he has to say.
Riots in the capital that killed 200 people, mostly Han Chinese. But rather than address the complex underlying factors behind those riots and other incidents, the Chinese government simply painted them as religious terrorism, beginning a decade-long crackdown that's escalated steadily, especially...
Okay. I have tabs about the riots. It's probably good to go into those now. I don't know if I really need some of these tabs at this moment. Okay. All right, I apologize. I did not have a specific tab about the 2009 incident, but I can easily pull that up. Okay. So here's the 2009 riots he's talking about in Xinjiang, in the capital, Urumqi. I'm not sure exactly how to pronounce it, but all right. So okay, here, yeah, 200 deaths. Wow, 200 deaths, almost 2,000 injuries. That is kind of wild. 200 dead. I mean, I haven't. I don't want to make I don't want to like suppose things, but just kind of common sense, right? Just use your common sense, okay? A riot where almost 2,000 people are injured and almost 200 die. It's like, at what point, it's like, yes, like a riot can get out of control, right? But okay, let's just do a comparison. Let's just do a comparison. I don't want to. Here's like the most famous riots here in the U.S. The L.A. riots, right? 1992. 1992, 63 dead, 2,000 injured. All right, so that's probably the LA riots were probably like the most notorious riots in the US. Okay, so quickly let's figure out like a breakdown. Where is there like a breakdown of those? Or that's LA Times. It might not. LA Times has a paywall sometimes. It might not let me read that. Hopefully it's here, just showing. Oh boy. Okay, well, I'm trying to find. Let me just go to this LA Times article. Hopefully there's not a paywall and I can actually look at it. But just comparing that riot in Xinjiang that he's talking about with the most famous or the most infamous riot in American memory, the Los Angeles riots. So Los Angeles riots, right? 63 dead. So just to try to figure out like a breakdown of who those people were. So like in Xinjiang, we saw I saw figures, the overwhelming majority of the people that were killed in those riots were Han Chinese. So those were right. So those were targeted attacks, right, on an ethnic group, right? Okay, this is giving you like the name of. Oh wait, this doesn't even list all 63. Okay. Okay, it's like sometimes I'm trying to get like specific information, but I'm basically trying to figure out like these LA riots, right? Like how many of those killings were like police and how many were like who was responsible, right, for the deaths in the LA riots. Maybe I can just find that. How many people did police kill in the Los Angeles riots? I don't even know if like. So here's LA Times 2017. So wow, so 2017, 23 are unsolved. It seems like maybe it's not even really known, right? It's not even really known. Like I can't really. It's hard to really find like a breakdown. Well, what I'm saying, like the LA riots. Just comparing that to the Xinjiang riots, like, they're just quoting this guy that they're interviewing. Okay, this might. Oh, okay. So here it is. Here it is. Okay. Wow. It took a long time just to find that. Okay. So LA riots. 60 people lost their lives amid looting and fires. All right, 1992. 10 were shot to death by law enforcement. Okay, so, right, so LA riots, out of that 60, they're saying 10 were shot by law enforcement. Okay, so additional 44. Okay, so 44 was just, oh, okay, so they have like everything here, right? So it doesn't tell you who's responsible. And they have race, which is kind of arbitrary, but it does tell you the race of everyone who died, right? You can look at the names, but we know for sure 10 lives. The police took 10 lives during LA riots, right? Okay, so 23 remain unsolved. All right. So that's that. We have, no, that's not the one I'm looking for. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. I closed that. Here's the one. Okay. So the 200, so we have the LA riots, 63, right? 63 deaths. And the LA riots lasted about 2 or 3 days, I think. This riot is saying this lasted about 1 day, right? And right here, it's saying 3,000 Uyghurs, parties to the civil conflict. 3,000 Uyghurs, 1,000 Han and Hui. I'll talk about the Hui later. 1,000 police. So I mean, I kind of feel some like I kind of feel some hesitation about saying this, but like, okay, in an area. Let me X this out. Let me just show you something else before I make a judgment here, okay? Okay, it's definitely on this page, I believe. There's a page I'm gonna pull up. It's like a list here. Yeah, it's definitely this one. It's like a list of all the terrorist attacks in China. Okay. And yes, like the thing he's talking about in 2009, yeah, that's a really destructive riot, but that kind of casualty count, But look at what I'm trying to tease out here. So here's a list, okay? This is all about terrorism in China. This is Wikipedia. Let's hope this is all sourced, but I was looking at this earlier and it's just like a list of, and John Oliver said like the government tried to characterize that riot as a terrorist attack. The one thing John Oliver didn't do, he didn't really mention terrorist attacks in Xinjiang. So here's a list. You have one in 92. 2 buses exploded in 1992. 3 deaths, 23 injured. 1996, Tibet. Okay, we're not talking about Tibet, so I'm not going to even worry about Tibet right now. Xinjiang, 1997, another bus bombing, 9 dead, 68 seriously wounded. Okay, here's a bus bombing, 1997. 1998, Xinjiang again, a series of 6 explosions aimed at economic and industrial targets. Okay, they don't have the casualty list for that. Okay, wow, this is weird. I haven't even heard of this. Like 2001. Hmm. 2001, there was a really big terrorist attack. But that's not Xinjiang, so let's just focus on Xinjiang. Okay, I don't want to get too distracted. 2007, another terrorist attack in Xinjiang. Chinese police raided a suspected East Turkestan Islamic movement. We'll talk about that later. Oop, what is this? It's an Islamic extremist organization in Xinjiang. Oh, John Oliver didn't mention that, did he? There's a training camp of this group in Xinjiang. Okay, they're saying that in 2007 they're saying the police raided this terrorist camp, right? So that's not necessarily a terrorist attack. I don't really know why it's listed in the terrorist list, but they're saying they captured 18 terrorists, or they killed 18 terrorists. They captured 17. One police officer died. Okay, so whatever. Okay, here's one. They said they foiled an attack. Okay, the ETIM, so that's this group, the East Turkestan Islamic Movement. That's this group. So 2008, Kashgar, Xinjiang. Kashgar is another city in Xinjiang. I'm just going through the list here, to show you, he's saying. So John Oliver, he mentions the riots in 2009, but he's not on purpose. He's not mentioning this history of terrorist attacks in Xinjiang, and he's being extremely misleading. So 2008. Wow, 2008 in Kashgar. These militants drove a truck into 70 jogging policemen. Then they got out, wielded machetes, lobbed grenades, killed 16 people. My God. So, I mean, this kind of gives this. Okay, this is all before. All these terrorist attacks I'm talking about are before the 2009, right? Xinjiang again. 2008, August. Seven men armed with homemade explosives drove taxis into government buildings. Okay, injured 2 police officers. They shot and killed 5 of these guys. Okay, that's 2008, right? So you're seeing these terrorist attacks, right? All before, right? Wow, another one, 2008. 3 security officers were killed in a stabbing incident near Kashgar. But it doesn't say who they're affiliated with, but it kind of has the the flavor of this one in 2008. It doesn't have the affiliation, but it has the flavor of the previous terrorist attacks, right? And then finally we get to the riots, right, that he's talking about. Okay, so John Oliver, let me just go back. I was talking for a while there, and I wasn't fully prepared. I apologize. I tried to prepare as much as possible, but some things you kind of think of, and when you're recording this. But John Oliver says the government tried to characterize the 2009 riots, where 200 people died. That they tried to characterize that as terrorism, but he doesn't even mention all the terrorist attacks in Xinjiang that happened before 2009. And in 2009, okay, so a lot of the things I was showing you, those were attacks on the military, right? But in 2009, this riot, right? It was you had groups of men attacking civilians, right? Oh, but there were the bus bombings, so there were attacks on civilians. So it's in a region where there's these terrorist attacks happening multiple times a year, like we saw several in 2008. If there's a riot where you have, in some of those attacks, right, like they had machetes, there was bus bombings, if there's a riot, riot, quote unquote, if there's a riot where people are going around and just targeting Han Chinese and killing them, sorry about that. If there's a riot where you have this group of men just going around targeting Han Chinese and killing them, in the moment, are you going to be like, oh, this isn't a terrorist attack, this is a riot? Like, I just don't understand, like, just how misleading he can be. Like, he doesn't mention the terrorist attacks. Wait, am I going back too far? I'm going back too far, sorry. He doesn't mention the terrorist attacks, and then he's saying, oh, the government characterized the riot as a terrorist attack. But, you know what I mean? The riot is resembling the terrorist acts. Maybe riots aren't the same as terrorism. I'm not saying that. That's kind of what Republicans here in the U.S. want to say. But a riot at that scale, where you have 200 people being killed, and the riot is targeting specific people, right? Like, and there's been terrorist attacks in that area. It's like, well, doesn't it make sense, right? Can't you?
Patriot Act
Sorry.
on steroids.
I'm trying
because
to get back
all
to
of a sudden,
the place I was.
All
What
of
I'm
a
saying is, how is it? Okay. What I'm saying is, you have this region where there's terrorism. Right here, the riot where 200 people were killed, and in that same in that same province, in Kashgar and in other cities, you had these targeted terrorist attacks. But then this riot, they're just targeting Han Chinese. But he's saying the government is just characterizing, like no, the riot resembles a terrorist attack at that point, right? Oh God, like he's really starting to exhaust me. Like, here we go. Let's just
discrimination finally boiled over in 2009 with riots in the capital that killed 200 people, mostly Han Chinese. But
what kind of a riot? Like, here we had riots, people were angry at the police, and best example, Minnesota, they burned down the police building, right? But what kind of riot? The U.S. has had race riots in the past, but we definitely had race riots. But like this is, maybe you could characterize this as a race riot, but I would argue, like, yes, like, Uyghurs, there are some different, like, what do they call it? Phenotypes, like some different features from Uyghurs and Hans, but I would say that, like, yeah, this is definitely something just targeting Han Chinese, but it's like, I don't know, like, just like, a quote unquote riot where they're just going out and killing people, killing Han Chinese. Like, what? Okay, at what point? Is it only a terrorist attack if they had like a suicide vest? If they're just killing people in the street that are Han Chinese, don't you kind of understand how that could be seen as terror? Sorry. Just a riot of that level. I'm not, because we're not talking about a protest, right? Because in the U.S., they were trying to, they're treating peaceful protesters like rioters in the U.S. But this is something you never want to ever see in the U.S. This is just mobs of people. This what he's talking about. This is not a protest, right? And he's saying, like, oh, it's being characterized as terror. This is the kind of thing we really don't want to see in this country. Like, that kind of violence. Like, so, but he's kind of minimizing it. Like, he's not really explaining how serious something like this is. 200 people. Anyway, I've been talking about this too long.
Rather than address the complex underlying factors behind those riots and other incidents.
So it's like, that's weird too. It's like, oh, they weren't sensitive. They didn't address the complex factors, right? I don't know. Like, all I'm going to say is, imagine if that happened in this country. Imagine if in Minneapolis, right? And let's just say it was ethnic, right? Like, imagine if in Minneapolis, those protests, because okay, they burned some things, but it was not. You can't say that was a riot. It was not some huge riot. Like, yes, some windows were smashed, some things were burned, but it was not a riot. Definitely not at this scale. But imagine if in Minneapolis, like, the so-called protesters went out and killed, almost 200 people. Like, what is that? Like, if that was the case in Minneapolis, our leaders would certainly be calling that terrorism. That's all I'm going to say about that.
The Chinese government simply painted them as religious terrorism, beginning a decade-long crackdown that's escalated steadily, especially after China's president Xi Jinping came to power and instituted what was called the Strike Hard campaign.
Okay, so really quick, the Strike Hard, I have tabs already open about that. Okay, so I was going through the list of terror attacks. Here you can see all the attacks. I'll just focus on the ones in Xinjiang, because earlier we had one in like Tibet and another one in some other province. Okay. So here's some more terrorist attacks in Xinjiang. You can go through yourself and read these. Here's a bombing in 2010. Here's one in 2011. This one in 2010, okay, I guess they caught them, right? Before they caught them, and I guess they killed them in 2010. Okay. But even before that, there was a lot of terrorist attacks. 2011, 18 people, 18 men stormed a police station. They stabbed the guard, 2 hostages. Okay. So 2011, here's another one. Another terrorist attack in Xinjiang. And here's just, we saw one where it was like attacking police stations. Here's one where they just run into a crowded street. So this is just indiscriminate terror attacks, right? This isn't, Okay. So let's finally get to the, okay. Here's a hijack attempt. Some of these I didn't really, there's so many of these. So 6 hijackers tried to 2012. They tried to take over this plane. All right, 2013. Wow. 2013, 21 people killed, including 15 police officers in this ethnic clash in 2013. Okay, 21 total. So, yeah. So I guess most of the people killed were police. So this was like an attack on police. That's kind of what I'm getting from that article. Wow, okay, this one, Jesus, 2013, 35 people killed between Uyghurs and police. 17 knife wield. Okay, there's this theme, right, with the knives. 17 knife-wielding Uyghur men attacked a police station and government building. So that, all these attacks against police stations. Knife wielders. Okay, that's Beijing. We're not worried about that. Right, another one, right? Knife wielding men. Okay, I've heard about this one. I've heard about this attack, this Kunming station. I believe the Chinese government. I believe. I can look this up. It's not really important, in relation to this specific topic, but I believe. So Facebook is banned in China, and I've read things that some of these extremist groups in Xinjiang were basically putting like propaganda on Facebook. They had Facebook pages, just where, right? So East Turkestan, like that's the separatist movement in Xinjiang. They say so. Xinjiang was part of various states, and at one point, it was like its own sort of state. Like they were kind of allied with the Mongols or whatever, but they call it East Turkestan, right? So that's like the East Turkestan independence movement, I believe. That's like the nationalist movement in Xinjiang, and it also has like a terrorist faction, which I'm not saying that there's like a group that you join called the East Turkestan, whatever terrorist group, but sort of the idea behind the separatism. It's like, like I said, like Xinjiang had been in many different hands, and sort of the nationalist identity of it, East Turkestan. So it's like, oh, we're not part of China. We're part of like, we more have like a Central Asian identity. We're similar to, like Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, all those Central Asian republics. Like that's kind of the idea behind the nationalism in Xinjiang. That it's more similar to those places and not China. But anyway, I read something maybe a few weeks ago, and I can look this up, but I believe this attack, if I'm not mistaken, I believe this is when China banned Facebook, because these Xinjiang terrorist groups, they had these like Facebook pages, and Facebook refused to delete those pages. So that's why China blocked Facebook, because the Chinese government asked Facebook to delete these pages, and they refused. So they were like, okay, we'll just block Facebook. So, and I believe it's because of this attack. Because I remember there's a channel I like on YouTube, and they were talking about the description of this attack. They were talking about this attack where the men had knives. And that was another thing. China wanted to remove, the terrorist groups were uploading images of the killings, right, on Facebook and on other social media platforms. And China wanted them to remove those images of the violence, because they believe like just those images would encourage more people to join these terrorist groups. So, but Facebook, Facebook was like, oh, we can't take down these groups because we're Facebook. Anyway, so here's another one: a knife attack and bombing in the capital. The capital where those riots, right, quote unquote riots that killed 200 people happened. Left 3 dead. Here's another one. Oh my God, this one was massive. 2014, 43 dead, 90 injured. 2 sport utility vehicles driven into a busy street. A dozen explosives were thrown at shoppers from the windows. That is insane. So the same city where these, quote unquote riots that killed 200 people, and it was like targeted ethnic killing, but that's still a riot, right, at that point. The same city, they threw bombs from the cars and killed 43 people. You see what I'm saying? Like, he's not mentioning any of this violence, numerous examples of it, but he's like, oh, so let's go back up this list. I'm not going to go through it again, obviously, but here's the riots he's talking about. 2009, July 2009. Various terrorist attacks, quite a few in 2008, right? Quite a few in 2008. Here's one in 2007, not that many. Then 2002, right? So the year before that, how many do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, four terrorist attacks in 2008. One in 2007. Okay, okay. 3 in August, right? Three terrorist attacks in 1 month, right, in August. And then less than a year later, you have these huge riots. Yeah, so it's like, yeah, I mean, all that terror in this one province, you can kind of understand. It's not an excuse, but you can kind of understand why there's a special eye being put on this province. Like, okay, I mean, I know John Oliver isn't mentioning, and through this whole video, he doesn't mention one terrorist attack. He doesn't. Like, I watched the video already. He does mention the riots, but he doesn't mention all those terrorist attacks, the one with the bombs. But he's saying, oh, the government characterized the riot as a terrorist attack. What? But you didn't mention. Okay, so we went through those. I can X these out. All my silly little tabs. We went through all that stuff. So, I already talked about, okay, well, let's hear him speak first, and then I'll talk.
Beginning a decade-long crackdown that's escalated steadily, especially after China's president Xi Jinping came to power and instituted what was called the Strike Hard campaign against violent terrorism in 2014. And think of it as the Patriot Act on steroids, because all of a sudden...
Okay, that's kind of funny he mentions the Patriot Act. I didn't make a note about that originally. I don't really think it's necessary to get into the specifics of the Strike Hard. And this video is running a little long. I kind of do want to not have it be too long. But yeah, I showed you the list of all these terrorist attacks in one province, right? And think about it. The U.S., we had one huge terrorist attack, right? That led to the Patriot Act, like 9/11, right? One amazing, dramatic event, right? And then America changed forever. But then I showed you that list, right? Like, Xinjiang had many examples of these terrorist attacks on civilians, civilians as well as police, right? Example after example. And, I'm totally open to criticism, right? Of whether China's response was overreaching. I don't really even think it's necessary to, just for the purposes of this video, it's not necessary to tease out all the specifics of the Strike Hard campaign. But the government is going to do something. If that many people are being killed, in all these multiple terrorist attacks, of course there's going to be some sort of this word is controversial, but yeah, crackdown, right? Of course, the government has to protect its own citizens. They're going to do something. Yeah, we can criticize, what's appropriate, what's fair, but the government has to protect its people, right? The American government, the Chinese government. the Canadian government, whatever, like they're not just going to let this happen, right? So anyway, that's enough of that. Let me just keep going.
Uyghurs started being treated like they were all potential terrorists. In fact, Xinjiang is now one of the most heavily policed areas in the world, with the authorities surveilling things that most people would find utterly meaningless.
If you go through Uyghur neighborhoods or suburbs, you see cameras over literally every house entrance.
So right there, he's talking about the cameras. I mean, this video is getting long. I don't want to go too into that, but okay, like China has started this, this article, it's like, it sounds scary or whatever, but China has done, right, this system of like putting cameras in a lot of the large cities. And yeah, I think some of those cameras do have facial recognition. Like a lot of the Chinese tech companies, they're developing these cameras. But yeah, yes, there is the potential, right? By doing that, right? Like we've all seen Minority Report with Tom Cruise or whatever. This whole idea of like pre-crime. You have these cameras and they're in the cities. Yes, like that does have the potential to be abused, right? But at the same time, right? You have these cameras, but at the same time, China is, compared to the US, China is like so safe. And you can read all about the cameras and, let's leave this to people who live in China to, to decide. Like, I'm not going to make a judgment on this. The government has decided to do this. They're saying that, and also China, like, it's not just about the cameras, but China is like so high tech right now, right? So they, I mentioned the high-speed rail, 5G. 5G is, they're really opening up with 5G, probably even at a faster pace than the United States. But yeah, there's been a lot of talk about this, the cameras. I don't really, honestly, I don't have enough knowledge on the cameras specifically and like when they were put in place and exactly how they're used. Because, whenever we think of like surveillance cameras, it's like this idea, like, oh, it's like this nefarious thing. But, it's good to look at everything specifically. Like, and China kind of operates a little bit differently than most places, so let's just not worry about the cameras. I did want to, I don't know if this is something I kind of prepared before. I don't know if it's sort of necessary, but it's just crime in China compared to the US. And I guess the only, they do have these cameras or whatever, but, I watch a lot of YouTube channels, and they talk about, it's basically Westerners living in China, and they talk about like how safe it is. And there's a lot of factors to that, but if you go and look at these crime statistics, so let's just pretend, okay? Like, that would be a whole nother topic to, research the cameras, how they came into place, but let's just pretend the government installed cameras for crime prevention, right? Let's just pretend that's the purpose of that, okay? If that was the case, then we can look at the crime stats, China versus the US. In every statistic, the US is so much more crime than China. Burglaries. Okay, here's the United States in this column, here's China in that column. Burglaries right here. 8 times more burglaries in the US than China. Well, drugs, I don't really I'm against criminalizing drugs, so let's not worry about that. Fear, robberies. Okay, here's one. Robberies, 6 times more than China. Gun crime, 18 times more than China. Violent crime, 4 times more than China. Right, okay, so that's violent crime, intentional homicide. Okay, that's intentional homicide rate. Okay, so that's specific violent crime. Okay. Intentional homicide rate, 4 times more. Murder rate per million, 4 times more. Murders per million, 4 times more. So that's not even all the statistics. You know, you can just keep going, right? Murders per 100,000, 3 times more than China for the U.S., right? Prisoners, the U.S. has, okay, so this whole topic John Oliver's talking about this mass prison system. The U.S. has a 30% higher prison population than China. Nationmaster.com has all these crime statistics. You know, look at this. Assault. The U.S., 83 times more than China. 83 times more assault in the U.S. than China. Auto theft. The U.S., 11 times more than China. Okay, that's like perceived. That's kind of weird. I don't know. They're trying to throw drugs into crime. I totally disagree with that. Okay, so I mean, do I need to keep going through this? Like, you know, they're trying to throw drugs in there again. Serious assaults. The U.S., 1,408 times more serious assaults than China. Like, you can just see. You know, just pretending, if we were to just pretend that the surveillance cameras only had to do with crime, and I haven't really even looked into that myself. So it might have to do with things other than crime. It might be for crime, but also other things than crime, right? If it's just for crime, then it's kind of working. I'm sorry. Like, if that's the purpose, God, I mean, yeah. Not even that I agree with it, but it's like, God, if that was the purpose, then, you know, we would have to look at these statistics over time. I don't feel like pulling that up, but my God, like the crime in China is so much less than the US. Anyway, let's keep going.
So the government can see who enters and who leaves.
How low is the bar for being highlighted by the system?
Are you socializing more or less with?
Here we have to pause it again. I hope you can see that. I probably should have maximized this from the beginning, I'm sorry. But Sophie Richardson. Okay, so Sophie Richardson works for Human Rights Watch. We've all heard of Human Rights Watch, right? They publish these reports about human rights abuses in other countries. But I just wanted to quickly, it's not necessarily pertinent to Xinjiang, but I just wanted to talk about Human Rights Watch because that group comes up so often. Okay, I can X that out. I'm done with that. So Human Rights Watch, here we go. Human Rights Watch. You know, it's this NGO. I didn't know they were based in New York City. Okay, so it came out. You know, it has a long history. So basically, here we go. So Human Rights Watch, that's the current name, but before it was known as that, it was called Helsinki Watch. I'm not going to read it all, but Helsinki Watch, like there were these things in the 70s called the Helsinki Accords. You can read all about that here. But the Helsinki Accords, it had to do just with the Soviet Union. And basically, like Western countries, they got like Western countries and Eastern European countries. Obviously, that was during the Cold War. They got them all together, and they like made the Soviet Union sign this treaty that said the Soviet Union had to like. So here's the articles, like that they had to comply by these like by these articles that sort of like with the European Union, like to be in the European Union, you have to have, you know, you have to meet certain standards in regards to like freedom of speech, and you know, it's like this bar you have to meet, right, with respect to like certain human freedoms, things like that. And yeah, like I don't disagree, right? I don't disagree with these 10 points, right? The Helsinki Accord, like, you know, you can look at the signatory states, like they had all these European countries. San Marino. Huh, I never even heard of that country. So they had all these European countries, you know, in Helsinki, and they signed, you know, the Helsinki Accords, right? But it was just, the Helsinki Accords was just about sort of like keeping tabs on the Soviet Union, right? So the Soviet Union had to meet these you know, you can read them all here. I can zoom in on this. The Soviet Union had to meet these like 10 points that were like, you know, standards for like human rights and like liberal freedoms, right? But it was just like the Helsinki Accords weren't about this, all the signatory states. Like they didn't care what Austria or what, the United States was part of it too. You know, it wasn't about what those countries were doing. It was just like, it was just a thing to check the USSR. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was just like, oh, let's like generate these reports. And if the Soviet Union isn't meeting these like benchmarks that we set for it, then we're going to say, oh, that's a human rights abuse. You know what I mean? Like, it's just like this organization that was made to like generate these negative, you know, reports, right? So like Soviet Union, oh, like we have these 10 articles, oh, like sovereign equality, right? So you know where I'm going with this? Like sovereign equality, you know, that's about sovereignty. So like this was 1975, so you know, you had like the Hungarian uprising, you had the Czech uprising, Poland had uprising. So it's like, oh, like, so that's the first one. So, you know, you understand why that's the first one, right? Because, like, you know, there's that old joke, you know, send the tanks in. Like, the Soviet Union did that in Prague, right? You know, certain countries in Eastern Europe wanted to get out of the Warsaw Pact. That was the pact between the Soviet Union and the socialist Eastern European countries like Poland, Czechoslovakia that weren't part of the Soviet Union. So here, the first article is about sovereign equality. So you know, it's about saying like, it's kind of giving these countries a door out of the Warsaw Pact, or Warsaw. I don't know if you say it the Polish way. And then here, Article 2, refraining from threat or use of force. So like, you know, it's all about, let's kind of like, let's have these Helsinki Accords, right? And it's going to only be to monitor the Soviet Union, right? And the first articles, this is 1975, so the first two articles are about, you know, because like countries like Hungary and Czechoslovakia, they wanted to get out of the war. They weren't, you know, those weren't part of the Soviet Union. They wanted to get out of the Warsaw Pact, which was like a Soviet cooperation pact. Like you trade with the Soviet Union, you have military cooperation, you have economic cooperation. Those countries wanted to get out of the Warsaw Pact. So okay, and here they talk about frontiers, territorial. You know, just all the first articles are, you know, if the Soviet Union, if they're not allowing those Eastern European states to get out of the Warsaw Pact, then boom, we hit them. That's a human rights abuse. So it's just like this arbitrary thing, right? And you have and obviously Helsinki Watch became Human Rights Watch, which Sophie Richardson is the China director of the Human Rights Watch. So the organization she works for, its whole history was just like to bash. And I'm not even really like a huge fan of the Soviet Union. Like I consider myself, to be like on the left, but by the 1970s, the Soviet Union wasn't, any sort of ideal socialist state, right? It was more socialist than Western Europe, any Western European country, but it wasn't as far as like what would a good socialist country look like. The Soviet Union, by 1975, it wasn't that. And I can go into that a little more, especially with respect to Xinjiang. But, what I'm saying is like, Helsinki Watch and, now it's Human Rights Watch. A lot of these NGOs, like NGO, non-governmental organization, a lot of these, like, most of them are centered in the West. Like here, this one is centered in New York City. A lot of them are in Western Europe, places like Belgium, Switzerland. They're just kind of designed just to monitor and to produce negative reports on, what would you call it, like countries that aren't aligned with the Western system. Like, yeah, China does trade with the West, but as far as China's like foreign policy, its foreign policy and its sort of like role that it's playing in the world, it's not aligned with the West. And really quick, I want to bring up BRICS. Like this is kind of what I'm talking about. So I don't think, let's see. I don't think China started BRICS, but BRICS is like this cooperation between Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa. So BRICS represents 3.1 billion people. So that's 40% of the world, right? And we have these groups like the G8, it's the G7. They kicked out Russia. But these countries, right? I mean, Russia. I don't know if you would consider Russia a developing economy. Like I would say Russia, as far as like industrial development, it's probably more developed. It's definitely more developed than Brazil. Industrially, it's probably more developed than India, just as far as industrial. I'm not talking about GDP, but just like the industrial development of Russia. But yeah, okay, yeah, an emerging economy, yeah, Russia would be emerging. But these countries, they want like a coalition that's outside of the Western influence, right? So that's BRICS, and China's part of that. And BRICS is kind of like, because you have the World Trade Organization, the International Monetary Fund, and those are all centered in the West. Like I believe the WTO is in the United States. That's the headquarters. Oh no, sorry, it's in Switzerland. I was wrong. It's in Switzerland. And then you have like the IMF. That's in DC. Okay, I got those confused. The IMF is in DC. WTO is in Switzerland. So these kind of the WTO does like trade policy. The IMF does loans, right? And it's all about developing countries. But obviously there's been a lot of criticism of both of those groups because it's seen as not favoring these emerging countries, right? And not just the 5 countries in BRICS, but like emerging countries all over the world. they want an alternative to that, and they also want an alternative to the dollar, right? But now I'm getting into economics, and it's kind of hard not to, but let's just kind of stick with Xinjiang.
With your neighbors? Have you put gas in somebody else's car? Are you going out the front door of your house?
Okay, here she's talking about so-called suspicious activity, right? So John Oliver's going to talk about things that the government considers suspicious, and this is supposedly the reason why these people are being detained.
House instead of the back door of your house? That's how low the bar is.
Oh, it goes even further. The government has a list of 75 behavioral indications of religious extremism, with some as vague as people who...
So, okay, like he's talking about extremist behaviors, but remember, he still hasn't mentioned... He did mention the one riot, but he didn't mention any terrorist attacks, so just keep that in mind.
Store large amounts of food, those who smoke and drink but quit doing so quite suddenly, and those who buy or store equipment such as dumbbells without obvious reasons. Although that last one clearly would not be an issue for me, because I got two pretty obvious reasons for dumbbell ownership right here. It's not called a workout if you don't put the work in, Broseph Bronrad. Trust me, they call me the lunch lady because from the hours of 11 to 1, I don't stop stacking plates.
This really is like one of the least funny of his monologues. But anyway, let's just keep going.
Call this one John and this one Tapper because together they lift up bars. But look, China doesn't just collect this information, it feeds it into a predictive policing system that monitors for potential threats. In 1 week, it flagged the names of 24,000 people.
Okay, I had a tab about this, and I have it right here. Okay, so he's talking about, I have this NBC News story. Secret documents, right? So the NBC had found these secret documents that talks about, what's happening in Xinjiang. And I have the documents open here. Right, so they were released by this group. Let me zoom in on that for you. International Consortium of Investigative Journalists. I believe they released the Panama Papers. They were the group responsible for that release. So here's the documents he's talking about. And you can download these, right? Like it's all here, right? I took a look at this. Okay. So let's go with the first one. Okay, he's talking about the document NBC News that he's quoting. They're talking about those documents. So we can get rid of that. So he's saying that they were monitoring 24,000. So this is this document right here, okay? And the translation is really bad, but this is the document he's talking about. So, okay, so in general, this is like a document. If this is, if we can rely on this, this is sort of like an internal memo, I guess, of the Chinese government, and they're talking about like tracking people they think. And this is from 2017, okay? Right, and let me show you this really quick. That's 2015, so that's not really, yeah, those are 2015. So I had these articles about terrorist attacks. They're 2015, but we already went through the list of all the. Okay, here's something about the arrest, but we already went through the list of all the terrorist attacks in Xinjiang. You can go back and look at that if you want more context. So here's what he's talking about. It's like an internal memo of the government, and basically the government is talking about tracking individuals they think might be involved. This is just they haven't these aren't people that have been arrested yet. So the 24,000, this is just people that the government has reason to believe might be involved in, like, bad acting groups, like, terrorist groups, whatever you want to call it. So, okay, 24,000 suspicious persons. Then it breaks down where they're from. These are cities in Xinjiang, right? Kashgar, Hotan. We mentioned Hotan before. Keijo, Aksu. A lot of them in Kashgar, okay? So already, 24,000, 2/3 in one city. And in Kashgar, we looked at that list of terrorism, and there was a lot of terrorist attacks in Kashgar. So doesn't it kind of make sense, right? Like, the government thinks that there's 24,000 suspicious people, 2/3 in the city where there were lots of terrorist attacks. So, okay, like, it's not wild speculation, right? Like, the government isn't making things up. Like, the city where there is a lot of terrorist attacks, that's where a lot of the suspicious people that they're tracking at first, that's where they are. And then it goes into more detail. So out of the 24,000, 706 were criminally detained. So that means they were charged with crime. And then it breaks it down. So out of the 706, it tells you where they're from. And then, okay. So this says almost 16,000 were sent to education and training. So, okay, John Oliver is saying that the education and training, that this is not voluntary. This is not voluntary. It's involuntary. And this is like, it's involuntary. So then, that's the accusation, right? That this is basically imprisonment. But in this document, they're saying, okay, yeah, of the I can't even talk anymore. I'm just so... in this document, they're saying of the suspicious people, of the 24,000, yes, 700, were criminally detained. So there were, and we don't know what crimes those were, but 700 something criminal happened. And then like about 16,000, they're saying were sent to education and training, right? So, okay, it keeps going. 2,000 put under preventive surveillance, whatever that means. 5,000 temporarily unable to be detained. So this article is like, the translation of this article is pretty bad. If you read it, like, you can read through this article yourself. I'm not going to go through it. I've already spent enough time, but the translation is poor, but it gives you the numbers, right? And they're saying, they're breaking down, like, where they went. So yeah, that's that.
People as suspicious, 15,000 of whom were then sent to re-educate.
So that's NBC News using that term, this re-education camp term. The document just says education and training. So, I mean, make of that what you will, The document doesn't use that term, but that's just NBC News using that term.
Education camps. And when pressed on whether any of this is strictly necessary, Chinese officials will argue that they are simply being proactive.
Some people, before they commit murder, already show their...
Okay, actually, hold on. Let me keep going.
...capable of it. Should we wait for them to commit a crime or prevent it from happening?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I will show you this thing. Okay, so we're on the subject, right, of terrorism. So basically, he's saying China is monitoring suspected terrorists. And John Oliver is saying that this is like an overreach. So yeah, this is something that the U.S. did do before 9/11. So if you have done like a deep dive into 9/11, I'm sure you've come across this program we had in the United States. It was called Able Danger. Basically, I won't read through this, but basically, the U.S., like we had identified all the hijackers before 9/11. You know, we knew about these Al-Qaeda cells, and we had identified all of them. And, you know, I think there was like several terabytes of like information in Able Danger, and like the terrorists that were said to do the hijackings in 9/11, they've been identified. We knew who they were. And the United States didn't detain them. They didn't, they let these guys go to flight school. I mean, and this isn't speculation. Like, Able Danger, all this has been released. The U.S. knew who they were, but they never, like, stopped, they never arrested them. They knew they had links to, like here they mentioned the blind sheik. He was like this, there's like a funny, he kind of looks like Santa Claus or something. But, he was like a extremist preacher. I think he was like in New York City or something. And the idea was, that he had radicalized some of the 9/11 terrorists, right? But Able Danger, the FBI like knew who they were. And this started in 1999, 2 years before 9/11. Okay, so, the U.S., we knew that we had these terrorist cells active in the U.S., but you can call it a mistake, you can call it an overreach, I don't know, you can call it anything, but we knew what was going on, and we didn't prevent, the U.S. government had a lot of foreknowledge of 9/11. That's all I'm saying. Okay, so let's go back to John Oliver.
That is both insane logic and also the exact plot of Minority Report, which, if you haven't seen it, very briefly, the year where murders are stopped, people commits the crime.
I'm just going to skip through this Tom Cruise joke of his. Okay, wow, he talks about Minority Report. He must like that movie a lot.
It is. People in Xinjiang have been arrested and thrown in camps despite having committed no crimes, which is chilling. 1 million...
Okay, so he's calling them camps again. Let's go back.
But the bigger point is, people in Xinjiang have been arrested and thrown in camps despite having committed no crimes, which is chilling. 1 million Uyghurs were at one point being held extrajudicially.
Okay, he gives that million figure. And, right, so I guess this would be a good time, So here's like the debate, okay? So this is kind of where we're not really sure, right? It's kind of like a he said, she said, right? So, we mentioned Human Rights Watch, and basically most Western governments, they're saying that these camps are involuntary, that they're, people are just taken there against their will, and, Okay, so let me actually, this is something I wanted to, this picture, I actually wanted to talk about this picture. I have a tab just about, and I think this same picture is in here. Yep, here it is. Okay. Let me do this really quick. Okay. So, whoa, I don't know what happened there. Right, so let's put these two next to each other so to make it easier. Here's the Wikipedia page on these, and you know, the Wikipedia page. So the Chinese government calls these schools. They're saying the Chinese government has always said that these are voluntary, that people just go here to learn skills. And, you know, they go there, they learn skills, and then they get jobs. And the government is saying that it's not forced, that, you just go. It like they basically the government, they're saying like the way they're fighting the terrorism problem that I've established is, you know, they identified the main problem basically as unemployment. And this is the government story, right? The Chinese government story. They're saying that the reason why terrorism was such an issue in Xinjiang is because there was unemployment. So the Chinese government says that they created these vocational schools that teach job skills, and they say that it's like a boarding school. You know, you go, you live there, you take classes, they give you like kind of like blue collar job skills, and then, you know, you're there for like 3 months, you get some skills, and then you just leave, and then you go get a job. That's what the government is saying. And Wikipedia, you know, the title of the article on Wikipedia is Re-Education Camp, right? So, and even right here, it's like the title is the Xinjiang Re-Education Camp, but then it's like officially called. So the actual name is Vocational Education Training Center, right? Like that's like if you were to go to Xinjiang, that would be the actual name of these places, just a vocational education and training center. But even in Wikipedia, it's like it's a re-education camp, you know. So it's just like bringing back, like I started in the beginning, like bringing back that idea from the cultural revolution of re-education camps. So, and this is really funny. Here's a picture on Wikipedia's page, and this picture says detainees listening to speeches in a camp in Xinjiang, April 2017. So here's some men. They're in blue, right? These are detainees, right? So what is this? I found this thing. This is the source of the picture. Okay. So this article is talking about, this is from, I believe that's European style dating, so that would be 2014, right? April 17th, 2014. Correct me if I'm wrong. So this is 2014. And this article, it's like an auto-translate, so it's not that good, but it's talking about basically these like, how would you describe it? It's like these sermons, Islamic sermons happening in Xinjiang that are supposed to preach against extremism, right? So they call it the de-radicalizations, you know, and so they have these sermons, right? And I think the government might be like sponsoring the non-radical sermons, right? Because I showed, right? There's terrorist attacks. There's been a lot of them. And this is part of the government initiative, right? Like, so, okay, like if you wanted to make the case, right? Okay, like just this photo, these men are in blue. So this is obviously like, this might be taking place like at like a work site. I mean, I don't know, like, it doesn't really appear to be like your typical kind of prison, but okay, like they are in the same uniform. The same uniform doesn't automatically mean it's a prison, but it's some sort of like institution, right? Like it could be like a work uniform, it could be a school, right? In Asia, a lot of the schools, they have uniforms, right? So, but this article is talking about these sermons that are supposed to de-radicalize, and I don't think they're just sermons, but they're just And right here, this picture you can see, right? It's you have text in Chinese, and above that, this would be Arabic script, I guess, or like. And I don't know if they necessarily use Arabic script in Xinjiang, but it's sort of like a script in that family of languages, right? An Arabic-like script. So I mean, here's the name of the article, or I auto-translated it. I think you can Wikipedia links this article, but it talks about this de-radicalization effort that's happening in Xinjiang. Here they're talking about development. That's another thing China's been doing. I have tabs about that. They're doing development projects. And, hopefully we're getting to the end here. This is getting a little long, but China's doing development in Xinjiang to try to, because sort of the assessment was this area wasn't fully developed and we needed to go on it from two fronts. Like, we have a radical Islam problem, but Xinjiang being less developed, especially than like the eastern part of China, that feeds into the radical Islam problem. So I don't know, like it kind of makes sense to me, you know what I'm saying? Like China, they're focusing on Xinjiang. Like I have another article about they're building airports in Xinjiang. They're just building more infrastructure that's providing more jobs. And then they're also working on, at the same time, we do have fundamentalism. So, they're working on both. So here's some people, they're listening to these non-radical sermons. So here's the picture Wikipedia pulled up. So yeah, they're all in blue. So okay, we can right now, let's see, we'll probably get, I was just curious. Here's just like some Chinese prisons. Just look at the uniforms. Well, that looks like a theatrical thing, but here's like a Chinese prison. They have the uniforms. It's like the white stripes, the blue. Here's, I don't want to get into that. That was some things, but so just, they're basically saying that these places are prisons. But here's some photos of Chinese prisons. And so these Chinese prisons, right, like they all have pretty standard uniforms. It's like this pale blue with the white stripes on the front, on the back, right? So here's the white stripes on the front. Okay, so like, here's that picture again. So here's like a side by side. Here's a Chinese prison. I mean, yeah. The uniform is blue. But in In these other prisons, right, it has these white stripes, and you see these white stripes. They're saying this is in Xinjiang. I mean, this could also be just a prison, because I mean, yeah, there are prisons in Xinjiang, right? But it is curious. All these other Chinese prisons, they have the white stripes, right? It's very uniform. I just searched, search engine for dummies. I just searched Chinese prisoners, right? So it seems like that's like the standard uniform, right? You have the navy blue, and some of them it had faded, right? Like this is like an old uniform, so it's faded to like this faded blue, and like this guy's one is more navy blue, but the prisoners have like the white stripes. So I don't know. But I mean, again, this could just be like a regular prison in Xinjiang. I mean, let's not rule that out. Like, yeah, there probably is just like a standard normal prison for criminals in Xinjiang, right? Anyway.
Many for acts as innocuous as growing a beard, fasting, or applying for a passport.
Okay, so I don't really know if I even want to spend time. This has gone so long. I didn't really think it would be so long, but he's talking about like certain things. He's quoting the German press, Deutsche Welle, or Deutsche Welle, and it's like the same article, but it's from the Independent. This is the UK. Okay, so I give him that. Like, I did find articles like China did ban burqas. I don't know what's a normal beard and what's an abnormal beard, right? And I think when it says China bans burqas, I think they're just talking about, like the full, kind of like what France banned. The burqa, like the full, like that, where like everything is covered. I think in France they banned burqas, like the full covering. Because there's I think I already mentioned that, but yeah, there's plenty of images like women in headscarves, but I think this kind of full face covering would be banned. I don't necessarily agree with that, right? But let's just look at the context. Like in the context of just that specific province, right? Yeah, just in the context of that province, where there is this heightened suspicion. I can't talk anymore. Where there's this heightened suspicion. Yeah. Just think about the context. Like you have this province, and there's already heightened suspicion because of this history of terror attacks. And yeah, like I can see how people will get scared, right? Just of that specific full covering, like, just, like the paranoid mind, right? Like, oh, sorry. So that's called niqab. I'm screwing that up. I'm showing my ignorance. So he
Fought. Many for acts as innocuous as growing a beard.
Okay. So I'm kind of blowing over the details. Yeah, so there are articles I saw about China banning burqas. So okay, so yeah, they banned burqas. Burqas is that full covering. Niqab is the black one. Hijab. So I have that article somewhere. Maybe I just blew over it stupidly. But yeah, China did ban the burqa, which is the that's like, you see that in Afghanistan. During the Afghanistan invasion, there was a lot of talk. Yeah, so China bans burqas. There was a lot of talk specifically about burqas. So there's burqa, niqab, and hijab. Sorry, I do admit my own ignorance on the different classifications of covering. So yeah, they did ban that specific. The burqa is like you see that in Afghanistan and like fundamentalist regions of Afghanistan. Okay, that's enough of that.
Fasting or applying for a passport. And this is a very sore subject for the Chinese government, which initially denied the existence of the camps at all, before shifting to arguing that they are merely vocational training facilities, although even the heavily orchestrated...
So I already talked about this differentiation, like he said, she said, Chinese government says the official title is Vocational, Educational, and Training Center, but everyone else is saying it's a re-education camp. Okay.
Orchestrated media tours suggest their primary purpose might be something else.
Authorities recently took some diplomats.
So here, like, right, so I think the BBC did like an investigation. They went inside, these schools / camps, whatever you want to call them. Okay, here's like some bunk beds. This is like neatly folded, okay, like whatever.
And journalists on a carefully supervised...
Here they're drawing, right? And just as a comparison, okay, like... Okay. So let's play devil's advocate. Okay, if these were schools, and if these were schools, like I showed the picture where they all had the same uniform. But yeah, like, okay, sorry, that's Malaysia. So here's a Chinese school. The kids have they have uniforms. I went to private school. We had uniforms. And all the uniforms are uniform, right? So if it were a school, I could imagine that accusation being thrown out, like, oh, this isn't a school. They have uniforms. Well, yeah, like in Chinese schools, they wear uniforms, okay? Sorry, that's Malaysia again. Here's a Chinese school. They're all wearing, this guy has the stripes, she has the stripes, they have uniforms, right? I didn't even search uniforms, I just searched Chinese schools. This is like primary school. They might not have a uniform for primary school. These kids are wearing, she has like on a jacket or something. Or no, I think this is like, I don't think that's in China. But let's do this. High schools in China, okay. Here's a Chinese school, right? Like, you see that's a uniform. She has the same writing. Here's, I guess, another variation, the blue shirt. Here's a Chinese school, right? Schools in Asia, they wear uniforms. So, I don't know, just like a hypothetical, I could imagine that accusation being thrown out, like, oh, it's not a school, they have uniforms. Well, yeah, Chinese schools have uniforms, so that puts that to rest. Okay, let's keep going.
Tour of some of these facilities. Some detainees told journalists the camps re-educate them.
All of us found that we have something wrong with ourselves. And luckily enough, the Communist Party and the government offer this kind of school to us for free.
And right there, I didn't make a note of this originally, but John Oliver makes a joke about, like, it's like they're trying to show that they're happy, but in my interpretation, I would feel like maybe that was like an English class, to be honest. And the uniform thing, they're not wearing uniforms. It looks like that they're wearing like traditional. And yeah, I could see someone saying like, "Oh, this was like orchestrated for the cameras," right? But I don't know. They're wearing, this is a little performative. Whatever this is, maybe it was like a special day, but everyone is wearing traditional dress, so it's like some sort of like particular thing that they're doing. But I don't really see the need to assume that something nefarious is happening. Like, I don't know specifically if all these are like traditional Uyghur costumes or outfits, but yeah, they're definitely doing some sort of like cultural day in whatever this class, and just they're singing this song in English. I would just guess it's like some kind of English class, like it had. But for these people, like Western journalism, it has to be nefarious, right?
Holy shit!
Yeah, and then he's like, "Holy shit!" Like like oh, it's those communists. Like they're making them say they're happy. How dare they? Just.
That might be the single creepiest sing-along I've ever heard that doesn't involve Barney, a dinosaur who is clearly aware of clothing.
Okay, let's skip his terrible jokes. Okay.
Vocational training. These camps sure seem prison-like. Leaked classified.
Okay, so he's saying they seem prison-like. We saw that one school. They were all in like traditional dress. They were singing a song in English, which make of it what you will. I just think it's probably like an English class. Teach them some English, like some English, whatever. Let's just keep going.
Documents have shown that staff at these facilities were told to prevent students from freely contacting the outside world and that they should strictly manage.
Okay, this document he's citing. So I made a mistake. I originally only downloaded these 4 documents. But if you bear with me, and I'm kind of doing this live, I'm sorry. But there was some other documents that I did not download. There's 2 others here. So this quote he's saying about prevent escapes, right? So in these bulletins, this group they provided translations. They provided translations of these documents, but he's showing the original Chinese version. So is it this Telegram? Sorry, bear with me. Hopefully I can find this quickly, okay? This quote, because he's quoting these documents that I have pulled up. I don't want to spend too much time looking for this. Okay, this one is talking about the vocational training centers, right? This one is talking about, I don't really know what this is about. Okay, a lot of this is redacted, but it seems to be talking about one specific crime or specific crimes, right? So let's see. John Oliver might have got me, right? Okay, so maybe he's right in this case, but he's talking about prevent escapes, and he's talking about the so-called re-education camps, right? I think he's pulling from this document, so let me try and find. How many pages is this? Oh, this is 6 pages. Oh man, this is a little bit longer. Oh, Sorry that I might edit this later. It's probably going to be way too long. I might edit this. Okay. So here, I actually found. Okay, this is weird. So he cut. Okay, I found. Luckily, I found it quickly, but he cut the quote. He just stopped right after escapes, and just to give like the most leeway, if you read these, the translation is really bad. So he's quoting right here. So here's a document about standardizing vocational skills education and training center as a work. Okay. Wait, really quickly. Let me just make sure. Okay. Okay, so he's talking about, this document is talking about this place. This is part of Xinjiang, mostly Kazakh people, right? So way back I talked about the demographics of Xinjiang, and this is like a Kazakh prefecture of Xinjiang. So we're not talking about Uyghurs here, right? So this article, we're not talking about Uyghurs for the most part, because we're talking about a place in this Kazakh area of Xinjiang. And the translation is poor, but they're talking about this is supposedly an article, you know. I don't know if these leaks that the ICIJ, if these leaks they put out, if this has been like verified, but they're talking about, this is an article about, you know, the structural integrity and like the safety of the schools. Yeah, the Chinese government is saying that it's a school, and in this article they're talking about like safety and things. So it's like saying like the schools should adhere to comprehensive combination of personnel defense, okay, whatever that means, and technological defense to strictly implement measures meeting requirements to prevent escape, noise. That doesn't really make sense. It's just like poorly translated. Strictly implement measures meeting requirements to prevent escape, noise, earthquakes, fire, epidemics. Okay, this is kind of funny. It is strictly forbidden for police to enter the student zone with guns, and they must never allow escapes, never allow trouble, never allow attacks on staff, never allow abnormal deaths, never allow food safety. I don't know. Honestly, like, I don't really want to keep reading this because it's so poorly translated. Like, it's almost like a machine translation, like a Google Translate. So here it talks about prevent escapes, adhere to zone separation and individual unit management, and improve the installation of police stations at front gates, security guard duty rooms, high guard posts, security guard, blah, blah, blah. Video, have strict security check system on personnel, vehicle, and goods entering and exiting. Strictly control the entry of vehicles. Strictly manage door locks. Strictly manage and control student activities to prevent escapes during class eating periods. Okay. They're talking about preventing escapes. So, okay, I mean, yeah, the article is talking about preventing escapes. But it's like this is so poorly translated. It's like I don't. So here you could, I mean, based on this thing that the ICIJ has released. I mean, they're talking about if they really need to leave. It's just weird that this official article is using language like this. If they really need to leave the training center, like, it's using really, it's using like an adverb. Due to illness, they must have someone specially accompany. God, it's just like, it's hard to take it seriously because it's so poorly translated. Here it talks about prevent trouble. I don't even feel like I don't know, like, it's like, yeah, the article he's quoting is talking about preventing escapes, but it's like this Google translated release that the ICIJ put out there, and now the media, missing final page, haha. Now the media is using this to bolster this claim. I don't know, like, I don't know. Just me personally, I wouldn't use this as like hard evidence, right? Like, at least do like a proper translation and, I mean, I'm sure our media is going to say like, oh, the Chinese government wouldn't comment, but just reading through it, it's like, what the hell? It's like a Google translated. I mean, you can read this for yourself, like, come to your own conclusions. Like, I'm just kind of coming to mine, but whatever, Let's just keep going with Mr. Oliver.
And control student activities to prevent escapes. And the phrase prevent escapes is something of a tell there. If your employee handbook says prevent escape, you're probably working out of prison, or at the very least, a Scientology picnic. Hey, we're just here to grill some dogs, play some tunes. Look, if that weren't enough to make it clear what these camps really are, just listen to one former detainee describe what she went through.
Each woman gets 2 minutes.
Okay, here he's showing this BBC News story. I did find that, but I wasn't able to view it because you have to live in the UK. And I have a VPN, and I tried to connect to the United Kingdom, but I still couldn't view this specific documentary from the BBC. So even with a VPN, I couldn't access it. So just for the purposes of this video, someone in the UK... Wait a minute. Wait, I might have found... Hold on. Or those are those satellite photos. We can get rid of that. Wait, I might be speaking too soon. But I had all these tabs, right? Yeah, I couldn't really... I wasn't able to view. So here's a picture from the camps, right? They look pretty young, right? Like, I guess this guy would be like high school age. Maybe they could be like in their 20s, but I don't know. If you were just to show me this photo and be like, hey, what is this? I would just be like, oh, it's a school. I wouldn't be like, oh yeah, that's a prison. Like, I don't know, like just based on that photo. But I mean, come to your own conclusions, Come to your own conclusions. Okay, I don't know if we need to get into that. Yeah, I don't think I was able to actually, because you need, even though I guess I could change my IP address, when I was looking through trying to get that video up, I wasn't able to actually view it because you needed, I think the BBC might have like, like a system that knows that you have a VPN, like, because I know even like certain bank accounts, like you can't access your bank account with a VPN. I've tried. So the BBC might know that you're using a VPN, which is a little bit scary. But yeah, I changed, like you can see here, I changed my IP address to a UK IP address. I still wasn't able to view. This documentary is on BBC's website. I still couldn't view it, even changing the IP address to the UK, so whatever.
Minutes to go to the toilet. They tell you to be quick, quick, quick.
And here's another thing, right? So I probably should have mentioned this earlier, but like a lot of this story, so you know, this, like we mentioned earlier, this figure of like a million detainees. A lot of this is coming from these accounts, right? So this woman, you know, don't want to say she's a liar or whatever. I'm not saying that, but a lot, you know, this year, especially this year, they're publishing, you know, these secret documents, right? Like, you know, the story is getting amped up, right? Like they have these secret documents. I would say in 2019, it was mostly like these accounts. And so this is the BBC, like they're interviewing this woman. I looked up this woman. I think she emigrated to Kazakhstan. I might have not kept that tab up, but you can go back to John Oliver's video. He does show her name, and you can look up her name. I think she immigrated to Kazakhstan. But here's one really important thing I wanted to show. A lot of these interviews, a lot of these accounts, you know, they get published in Western media, and so Western media does some of their own interviews, but a lot of them come out of this group. This is the World Uyghur Congress. This is basically like an NGO, and it's headquartered in Germany. It's sort of like a state outside of a state. So they basically advocate. I would consider them a separatist movement in practice. You know, they so right here on Wikipedia, yeah, they say that Chinese. Oh, so yeah, it's not even my theory. This is a separatist movement. The Uyghur Congress opposes what it considers the Chinese occupation of East Turkestan, right? So they're using that term, okay? So they're using that term, East Turkestan. And right here, like, this is like a huge topic. I don't want to get too into it, but there is like a separatist movement, like a national movement, and it's not an exaggeration. It's very Islamic in character, and I would even argue fundamentalist in character. I'm not calling it terrorists, because the terrorists, that's a different thing entirely. But there is sort of like a nationalist, separatist movement within Xinjiang, just specifically of the Uyghur population, and it sees itself, and this is sort of the term they use, East Turkestan, right? And there's a huge history with this. It's not really, for the purposes of this video, don't have to get into all that. Right here, right? So they reject the name Xinjiang, right? So Xinjiang, that just means new frontier. in China, and Mandarin, I guess. Chinese isn't a language. I guess that's Mandarin. But yeah, it's a separatist movement. They want to. This isn't all the Uyghurs in Xinjiang. This is just the group that leads this group, World Uyghur Congress. Yeah, they have this idea that because of the history I've talked about of it being in control of different empires and kingdoms and sultanates, like they have this idea that it's like its own thing, right? And they use that term East Turkestan, and that term is like a political term, right? And the World Uyghur Congress, they sort of ally with those separatist ideas. And really quick, this is one thing. The World Uyghur Congress, it's funded by, you guessed it, National Endowment for Democracy. This is a group, it's mostly funded by the U.S. government. Actually, I think it's completely funded by the U.S. government. And I think a majority of the funding for the World Uyghur Congress comes from the NED. I don't necessarily have the numbers on like the breakdown of funding. Maybe really quickly, I didn't actually look at their website, but maybe really quickly on their website, I doubt they would be that transparent. But the National Endowment for Democracy does fund the World Uyghur Congress. And they're based in Germany, and they get money from the NED, and they publish a lot of these stories from these supposed detainees. And most of the stories you see in the media, they're coming out of the World Uyghur Congress or groups that are like affiliates of theirs, right? So right here, they don't use the term Xinjiang. Like we can go on I'm on their website. They call it East Turkestan, right? They don't even use that term Xinjiang, right? Because that's like a Mandarin term. And East Turkestan, like that's a political term. That's like saying, it's not part of China. It's like its own thing. Right. So they talk about their affiliates, like Australia, blah, blah, blah. Mostly Western countries, right? Like, maybe, yeah, I figure there's one in Japan. Japan is usually involved with this kind of stuff. Norway, Sweden, Turkey. Yeah, Turkey, of course, right? Turkey loves these things. Oh, cool. So America has some groups. They have one in DC. That one doesn't have an address. That one doesn't have an address. DC. Okay, so, kind of funny, huh? All these Uyghur rights groups there in DC, right? So we've seen, let me show you something really quick. Our Congress has put forth bills to like sanction China about the Xinjiang issue. Okay. So here's something from 2019. It's just it's like an act effective June 17th, 2020. It's just basically it's like that Helsinki watch I mentioned. It's like to keep tabs on China and like this whole Xinjiang issue. Like it's something in the U.S. Congress, and this bill was put forth like to monitor it. So this is like the first step, you do something like this, you set up some group to like monitor the situation, and then boom, you have the World Uyghur Congress. They put out these reports about these abuses and these like interviews. They interview these people who probably have already moved to Kazakhstan or wherever, other countries that border Xinjiang. And then, from there, you can then like ramp up the sanctions. So yeah. So here they talk about the possibility of sanctions from this thing. So the U.S. is trying to impose sanctions. So right, they already did impose sanctions on like specific Chinese officials. So you can read about that. Oh, that's there. Okay. All right, probably don't need to get into that.
If you're not quick enough, they shock you with an electric baton on the back of your head.
Yeah, you can search her name, the World Uyghur Congress and other groups. Like, they have this whole like system, and I hate to say it, but they're kind of copying the kind of things you would see like in a Holocaust museum. This woman is still alive. Like, she's definitely not dead, but I can search her. I didn't keep the tab open. But let me show you actually this website where I found her. And they talk about, this is the same woman. They show her, she's Kazakh, right? But yeah, they have this system, okay, like about the victim, testimony 1, testimony 6. You see what I kind of mean? Like, it's sort of mirroring. They have this whole system going, and it's kind of mirroring the sort of classification that you would see if you did visit a Holocaust museum. They're making it. They're trying to. It's like John Oliver said, in the beginning of his piece. He compared it to Nazi crimes, and they're sort of doing this with this Uyghur thing. Like, they are giving this the same flavor. Like, they're using that same format, right, to give this the same gravity of that situation. Like, that's what I'm trying to say. They're trying to give it the same gravity. Like, you have the picture, the age, the gender, the ethnicity, like all this information. Like, this is the kind of things you would see if you went to like a museum about like Japanese internment, or a museum about the Holocaust, like things like that. And then it's like testimony 1, testimony 6. Like, you see this kind of very very detailed documentation, and this almost like journalistic like documentation in museums for crimes like that, like I talked about before, internment, or like Nazi concentration camps. You see this kind of like journalistic documentation, and they're doing this with that, even though what they're claiming is, even if you go by what they claim is happening, John Oliver compared it to Nazi concentration camps, but it's nowhere. They're not even claiming that is happening. If you want to totally, and look up here, entry 1723 of 9613, like they're putting that same weight on it, right? This is funny. Health status has problems. I don't know, that's just kind of funny to me. Let me zoom in on that. Health status has problems, like not like diabetes or whatever. Just has problems. I don't know, that's just so bizarre to me. Anyway, that's enough of that. We're kind of getting to the end here.
It really hurt, and they did it a lot. Even after being shocked, we had to say, "Thank you, teacher, we will not be late next time."
That is clearly
So here she's claiming she was tortured for being late. I mean, like I said, I wasn't able to watch that specific BBC documentary, but a high amount, I would even say a majority of these accounts of these so-called abuses taking place in these so-called re-education camps, which the government is saying are vocational schools, they're usually put out by the World Uyghur Congress. And I showed you the website. They refer to Xinjiang as East Turkestan. The World Uyghur Congress says they reject the name Xinjiang. They don't consider themselves part of China. They don't want to be part of China. Okay, really quickly, I can show you. I did have this somewhere. Right. So, was this it? Okay, so really quick. In 1960, actually it was earlier than that, 1956. I think 1960 it was more formalized, but China split from the Soviet Union in the 60s. I didn't even know this actually until today. I knew that China split from the Soviet Union. The information I had, like China said the Soviet Union was revisionist. That basically they were basically saying, this is getting into like Marxist stuff, but revisionism, like when Marxists use that term, it's basically saying Marxism, when that term is used, revisionism, when that's used like in 20th century Marxism, it's basically like after the death of Joseph Stalin, just like a little history. Revisionism is basically saying like, oh, you're sort of like going down. When China used that term against the Soviet Union, they're basically saying like, oh, the Soviet Union is taking steps to restore capitalism. That's what that meant. So the Sino-Soviet split, when I understood it originally, I understood it as China calling the Soviet Union revisionist. And the idea was, they thought the Soviet Union under Khrushchev, who you see right here, Mr. Khrushchev, they thought Khrushchev was trying to restore capitalism, so they wanted to split from the USSR. All right, so, but really quickly, I didn't know the Soviet Union, they actually supported a separatist movement in Xinjiang in the 60s, and I did not know that at all until today. And it just really shocked me. Like, they actually gave them arms, they funded them, and they were doing this, I think, up until the 80s. You can read all about that. This is getting really long, but you can read all about that. The Soviets supported this, like, separatist militia revolt in Xinjiang, which is kind of crazy. Okay, we can get rid of a lot of this stuff because I'm kind of getting
absolutely appalling. I didn't think people had to publicly thank abusers anymore now that Harvey Weinstein doesn't go to award shows. And look, I'm not even getting into the reports of forced abortions and sterilizations of Uyghur women, which...
The forced abortions, honestly, you know, I could refute that, but I just feel like at this point, by the time he got to that, I just felt like, you know, I had already refuted so much. It's just like another thing, you know, like why even, you know, why even go into that other thing, you know, like, because that's another thing that's coming. Like I was reading an article about that. It's coming from these accounts published by the World Uyghur Congress. It's just like the same thing over again. So it's not even. I just feel like at this point I've kind of already established where these accusations are coming from. Why get into that specific accusation?
Which are absolutely horrific. And China will argue that this is all about economic opportunity and attempting to assimilate a historically ostracized minority. But assimilation, when forced, is cultural erasure. Because in addition to using mass detention to keep families apart, there are also rules that seem to be trying to break the chain by which families hand down a culture and faith across generations, from laws preventing kids from going to mosques to a ban on baby names that are considered...
So right here,
across generations, from laws preventing kids from going to...
The ban children from religious activities. I did have a tab about that. Where was that? I had that somewhere. Oh yeah, here it is. That's something Human Rights Watch was claiming. So here's this article by Human Rights Watch, and they talk about the children or whatever. Here it is that he's talking about. Again, Human Rights Watch they claim they have these documents, right? But you click on it, they have no link to the document. They have some other documents. So here's this is another document they link to, but it's not specifically the one talking about the children. This document is just talking about how religious freedom in Xinjiang will be tolerated and will be, you know, it's good. Like, this document is good. I mean, you can read this. You can, you know, go find this. Freedom of religious belief in Xinjiang. They're just talking about how they're going to, you know, be tolerant of various religions. So, but they didn't actually have a link to that specific thing about the children. So I couldn't find it. Maybe you can find it. I'm guessing it's in Mandarin. So you can go, maybe you can find this in Mandarin. So let's try and search this real quick. This might seem to be it. I mean, this is an auto translate. So okay, let's just quickly. So just auto translate, and I just do like a search. Nothing pops up about children. You know, I'm searching through. It's translating the rest. This is a really long document. Let's see. Child. Okay, it's not finding anything about child. Just through auto translate. School. Okay, that's not the document. So here's some things about school. So here's one thing if you want to throw something at them. It says, no organization or individual may open religious institutes, schools, and scripture classes without authorization. Okay, so you have to register a school. Okay, I guess that's terrible. Religious groups that run scripture schools. So there are religious schools, blah, blah, blah. So they're talking about approval of like religious schools, which honestly, it kind of makes sense to me if you're talking about an area that had like lots of terrorism, that the government would want to make sure religious schools aren't extremist. I don't see how that's unreasonable, but whatever. Like, you know, you can say that's bad to have government approval beforehand, but if you had terrorism in this area, you could see why they would want to just make sure these aren't extremist schools. So just to go back, here's the title of the Human Rights Watch article, Eradicating Ideological Viruses. You can look at that.
To mosques, to a ban on baby names that are considered too Islamic.
Now, that's just weird, like too Islamic. I don't really know what that means.
To the creation of state-run boarding schools for Uyghurs.
Now, I feel like every school in China is state-run. Maybe really quickly we can just verify that. That's just a weird thing to say. Education in China. Education in China is primarily managed by the state, the state-run public education system, which falls under the Ministry of Education. So here's private education, 18. So it talks about private schools in China. So, okay, China has 70,000 private schools. And 14 million, it says 14 million students. That's kind of weird. So here's the article. Just those numbers kind of didn't really add up, but here's the actual article they're pulling from. It'll give you, so he's saying like state-run schools as if that's bad, but like I feel like, I think Finland is also the same way. Like education is state-run. America, for the most part, education is state-run. I went to a state-run university. I mean, is that bad? Development of private schools means an increase in overall educational supply. At the end of 2004, there were 70,000 private schools, 14 million enrollment. Oh, okay, so higher learning. Okay, they're just talking about like colleges, I guess. So 70,000 schools, like K through 12, I guess if it were the United States, 14 million. 1,000 institutes of higher learning, which would be referred to colleges. So right, so add those together, you got about 16 million. So maybe we can find this really quick. So 16 million, and let's compare that to all the students in China. Right, so okay. So it says 28 million students in government as of 2015. So yeah, so it seems like a lot of students in China are in private schools. I mean, more are in state-run schools. But yeah, I mean, they also have a lot of private schools too, which totally makes sense, So I don't know. State-run schools, like, I don't know, it's like, Okay, so that number, I don't know where this number is coming from, but it seems like this is more accurate. So 121 million in primary school, 78 million in secondary, and post-secondary would be college, right? So 11 million in college. Okay, whatever. So yeah. All right. Yeah, that so 16 million in those private schools, and then what, like almost 200 million in public schools? Okay, so like, yeah, most people in China are in a state-run school. Like, I don't really understand, just making that seem awful.
Children. Now, other moves by China have been even more on the nose, like the destruction of Uyghur cemeteries. The government actually turned an enormous graveyard where a prominent...
This doesn't require much explanation. Sorry, this stupid ad keeps popping up. He's talking about, like, he's saying, like, oh boy, this is just so exhausting going through all this kind of. He's saying, this is the guy he's talking about. It's not really important, but this guy was like a poet. I think he also was part of those Soviet-backed militias that I was talking about. But he was rehabilitated in the 50s. That's already been, he's not seen as like a subversive figure in China anymore. Like in the 50s, they rehabilitated him. But, they're saying like, oh, they're demolishing cultural sites of Uyghurs, like these graveyards, right? But then it's like, okay, here's another article. This is a Hong Kong newspaper, South China Morning Post. They're talking about graveyards being demolished. Same theme. Don't have to go into that. But, all right, I accidentally got rid of that article. But I found this one article, right? They're talking about demolishing all these graveyards. But one of the articles was talking about, they're building like all these new airports in Xinjiang. And yeah, like they're building airports, they're building railroads. Xinjiang is getting a lot of railroads. And yeah, maybe for some of this infrastructure that's needed, they might have to maybe do eminent domain like they do here in the US or something like that, and just change the landscape a little bit. Like, it's just, I don't know, I just don't really understand it. Like, these things that would kind of be normal are like seen as these grave offenses. And I can pull this article, all these ads, I can pull this article back up, but one of them even says, one of them even mentions like the airport that was being built, but it did it in this sly way. It was like, the government says they demolished the graveyard to build an airport. Well, what if they did demolish the graveyard to build an airport? I mean, I don't know. It's just so, everything is just so skewed. Okay, this talks about, he's going to mention this park that was built. That South China Morning Post article, I think that did say specifically that they were using some of these graveyards to build airports. But then it's like South China Morning Post, they're like, activists call, and activists say to eradicate ethnic groups' identity. Like, what activists? They did that in Syria a lot, like activists say. Okay, I think I don't want to spend too much time, but yeah. So, yeah, this article right here, it does mention. Yeah, it says the cemetery was cleared out to build an airport. I mean, okay, like I'm sure the cemetery had historical importance. I'm sure, but it's like it wasn't something nefarious. Like, yeah, they were building an airport in a region that desperately needs more development, and like, the government had, I would say, correctly identified that this region needed employment, and it's like catch-22. Like, China's been building infrastructure, you know, throughout a lot of the various provinces, right? And they do that in Xinjiang, but when they do it in Xinjiang, it's cultural erasure. Cultural erasure. Yeah, like that's what like infrastructure is erasing culture. And yeah, there are a lot of debates about, like here in LA, there's debates about like the 10 freeway and that cutting through certain neighborhoods, but at the same time, it's like, yeah, you do need infrastructure. So it's like, I don't know, like, it's like, okay, like, yeah, it's good. Like, when you do build things, I don't know. It's just, but it's like here, they're not, and he doesn't, I don't think he even mentions the airport or some of the infrastructure being built in Xinjiang. He just mentions like, oh, they're erasing the history and the culture. And that's like something that the World Uyghur Congress, like an accusation they would make. But let's keep going.
Prominent Uyghur poet was buried into something called Happiness Park, complete with fake pandas, children's rides, and a man-made...
I'm kind of going to skip this part about the park. It's just kind of stupid.
Thankfully, as criticism of China's camps has intensified in recent years, the government seems to be closing some of them. Unfortunately, though, they seem to have shifted to staging sham trials and transferring many Uyghurs to prisons that aren't even pretending to be training centres anymore. China's also created a system of mass labour transfers that sends Uyghurs and other ethnic minorities into factory and service jobs, sometimes hundreds or thousands of miles from home. That is how those masks that we mentioned at the start of this piece are getting made. And Chinese state media presents this as a positive, showing Uyghur workers arriving at a train station, then being taken on a bus to their new accommodations, all with up...
And one thing, he's mentioning this travel of workers. Like that's very common in China. Like it's very common, especially like in China, if you live in a province or even an area of a province that's not near like a large city. It's very common for people to like travel, from like a rural province into a densely populated one just for work. So, they're showing, they're showing these like row houses. Like this is like a failure on my part. I didn't look up this specific video from like CCTV. I don't even know if this would have like English subtitles or whatever. But just this idea of travel, like it's very common for people in China to travel, like especially if you're from like the country, like a rural province, to travel to like a big city and work. And a lot of times it's so common, right? It's so common to do this. A lot of couples in China, they'll originally be from a rural province, and the couple will work in a large city, and they'll live in the large city, and their children will be raised by the grandparents of those children in the countryside. And they'll just be working in that city, and they may only see their kids like a few times a year, maybe once a month. Like in China, China's just a little different, like that is a common thing. just to just be in a city for work, like not just in Xinjiang, but like all over China. That it's not unheard of, like work-specific travel. Anyway, let's keep going.
Beat narration like this.
Up to now, Xinjiang
So okay, here's that kind of, yeah. I think that's like computer graphics, right?
has organized transfer.
Yeah, that's not like a real image. So even there, he's using, we can blow it up. Yeah, that's like a computer image. So he's using like this computer image, and this is from CCTV. That's Central or Chinese Central Television. That's like the state television. They have many different channels. CCTV 1, CCTV 2. So right, I'm guessing this would be something like under construction because it's not like a real image. But yeah, it's showing these like houses. I mean, yeah, and just this whole accusation is like, this place is like a prison, I guess. I don't know. I'm probably gonna try to find this later. I'm not gonna like it would take a while for me to find this. But just to tease this out more, I might make an update or something. I don't know. I might edit it, but yeah.
Transfers for around 178,000 workers, providing them a stable employment rate of over 92%.
Yeah, you can't.
Hold on, let me go back for a second.
All with upbeat narration like this.
Up to now, Xinjiang has organized transfers for around 178,000 workers, providing them a stable employment rate of over 92%.
Yeah, you can't celebrate a stable workforce when it is forced labor any more than you get.
And you see, he's just calling it forced labor. Like at this point, you know what I mean? Like, that hasn't been. So okay, he quotes. Let me show you something. Oh wait, did I? He quotes this this paper, Uyghurs for Sale. It talks about this. This is obviously like British spelling, some sort of British organization. He quotes this paper that talks about so-called forced labor. But international. Oh yeah, this is the. That's the funny thing. Actually, I'm kind of jumping the gun. Let me wait because he's gonna give you the name of the group, and I'm jumping the gun here. Let me let him talk.
Give me credit for spending a lot of time with my kids over the past few months. Believe me, if I had any other choice, I wouldn't be. Because as you've probably guessed, this isn't just a benevolent jobs program. The idea, as one local government report put it, is that sending Uyghurs far from home will allow for distancing them from religiously extreme views and educating them. And a lot of people have been distanced. One Australian think tank that invests...
Okay, right here, he has the Australian Strategic Policy Institute. So I had a tab on that. The Australian Strategic Policy Institute. So here's the headquarters in Canberra, or in Barton, which is a Canberra suburb. So already founded by the Australian government and partly funded by the Australian Department of Defence. So, oh wow, that's funny. The Australian military funds these reports on China. I don't need to explain anymore. So, right. So this paper he's talking about, it's this paper, Uyghurs for Sale. Boom. Australian Strategic Policy Institute. International Cyber Policy Center. I'm guessing that's like a division of this institute. And even in this article, so okay, it tells you what this Cyber Policy Center is. I'm guessing that's like another government kind of group or whatever. But even in this article, they don't specifically say forced labor, right? I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you. It's here. I should have highlighted it or whatever. I'm sorry. But they use the word suggest in this article. I think they have like a tab. I'm sorry. Maybe I can just search. Right here. So right here, even in the beginning, they don't actually say that this is forced labor. The Chinese government, and they kind of use that word transfer, you know what I mean? Because transfer kind of makes you think of like prison. So that word is even tricky in itself. So the Chinese government has facilitated the mass transfer of Uyghur and other ethnic minorities and other ethnic minority citizens from the far west region of Xinjiang to factories across China under conditions that strongly suggest forced labor. So it's like even, we can go into what these suggestions are. But you know what I'm saying? Like even this policy institute, they can't just say that this is forced labor. Like America kind of did this with when Russiagate started. They released all these memos, and in the beginning of those papers, I'm not going to pull them up, but in the beginning of those papers, they said we have confidence that Russia is engaged in disinformation. You can read those original papers that came out in 2016. It's not really like I don't really think it's necessary to pull those up now, but they use that word. It's like, oh, we have high confidence. So this is like the same thing. Strongly suggest. So they're not like making a determination. They're just saying like, well, it looks like this. But if it was forced labor, because like there are prisons in China. I believe there are prisons in China where the people work. But here they're trying to say, like they're trying to push this idea, basically, that like Xinjiang is like one big prison camp or something. And that's as much as they can get away with. Like they have to say suggest. And you can kind of go into I did read some of this. Like they're claiming, there's intimidation and stuff. And I was going through this, and one of these, it was really interesting. Oh yeah, this jumped out at me when I was like going through this. It says every 50 Uyghur workers are assigned one government minder. This is what I'm reading from. It won't highlight it very well. But every 50 Uyghur workers are assigned one government minder and are monitored by dedicated. So I was kind of like, whoa, that's weird. Like a government minder? And then I looked at that reference, right? So it's 33. I looked at that reference, but then I looked down. I kept looking at their sources. And they had, right, so they, Wait, wait, it found it, but then it like disappeared. Okay, here it is. So one of their sources, bitter winter. I don't think a lot of people might know what that is, right? You can go through a lot of their sources. Bitter winter. Let me Bitter winter. It's this group, and they supposedly defend the rights of cults. So, they oppose the anti-cult movement. So they defend these various cult groups throughout the world. And Bitter Winter, I'm sure people have heard about Falun Gong. Bitter Winter obviously has a lot of like pro Falun Gong content. And yeah, they even have videos, about Falun Gong. If you don't know about Falun Gong, it's a bit similar to the Xinjiang issue. The long story short, Falun Gong is like this religious, I would just call it a religious cult in China that existed, and they basically believed in like traditional practices, and basically it became this sort of group that believed in traditional culture, traditional Chinese culture, and they sort of started coming up against the government, and it became this huge movement, and I don't know the full like timeline, but there were arrests. But Falun Gong has, so on YouTube you've probably seen, I'll pull it up really quick. You've probably seen Epic Times on YouTube. They buy a lot of ads on YouTube. Epic Times is a paper that it's like the Falun Gong's newspaper, right? And I haven't seen any Epic Times ads on YouTube recently, but for a time they bought a lot of ads. I'm not even gonna play this ad, it's really dumb, but you can watch. So Facebook banned Epic Times ads, but you can watch some of these Epic Times ads if you want to. But Falun Gong, the main point of the story, Falun Gong was claiming that, I'll show you sort of the Wikipedia article. They were claiming that China was engaged in like this huge organ harvesting operation. And this is kind of even crazier than the Xinjiang thing. So basically, there were some Falun Gong members who were arrested. I don't know how long they were in prison, when they were released, whatever. But the Falun Gong, like they had all this support. It was like a huge movement, right? Like they believed in like traditional culture and traditional practices. We have this thing in California called Shenyun. That's sort of birthed out of the Falun Gong. It's their group. They do these like traditional theatrical performances, right? So here's like a Shenyun dancer, right? But yeah, like their whole idea is like to promote more traditional ideas, and it's sort of like a foil or like they basically think the communist government in China, like, that's not true Chinese identity and culture, that China needs to go back to its traditional roots. But the Falun Gong, they accuse the Chinese government of harvesting the organs of Falun Gong practitioners, and I don't want to get into all the specifics because that'll take a while. But the report came from this American guy, Ethan Gutman, and I think this guy is Canadian. Yeah, this Canadian guy, and this guy is Canadian. So these two Canadian guys and this American guy, they released this report claiming that the government of China was harvesting organs. And I'm not going to go through it all now, but you can read the report. And like one of the points of evidence that they used to try to claim that this was real, they said that they had people call different hospitals in China and ask, like, oh, when can... they said they had people call these hospitals and ask, oh, when can we get an organ? And they claim that, they told the hospital workers over the phone that they were like high government officials. And they claim that over these phone calls, the hospitals were like, oh, we'll just get some organs from some Falun Gong. So that was put in the report. And then I believe those Falun Gong reports were then like, presented to the UN. I think, let me see. I believe the United Nations did. I believe the United Nations. So yeah, the UN. I'm not sure if the UN has, released like a report about the supposed organ harvesting. But I know, like, for a long time, so here's international response. Of course, the United States Congress, they pass resolutions about the supposed harvesting. But it's like, this one was really bizarre. Like, so these three lawyers or whatever I just showed you, the two Canadians and the American, they put out this report claiming the organ harvesting was going. They used these phone calls to hospitals as their supposed evidence. And this thing went all over the world. Like, even here in California. Here in California, I think. So here's some articles. I remember reading about them being in San Francisco. Sometimes Falun Gong is called Falun Dafa, right? So that's like another term for it. I think there's like a group of them in San Francisco. Oh, right. So here's like, they have like a chapter in San Francisco. They protest over there sometimes. You can find them in New York City. There's more in Canada. You can find them in Toronto. They're all over the place, but I'll show you some images. They might be a little graphic, but they do these protests and they claim like that the organ harvesting is happening. They wear yellow like this. Sometimes they'll have like these graphic pictures supposedly of like the organ harvesting. But this usually, like this is in Toronto. It's usually only in the West, This rarely is actually going on in China. So here they're at the United Nations Plaza. Oof, I accidentally went to the Epic Times. Didn't mean to do that. I don't want to get Epic Times ads. Here's Wall Street Journal. Okay, they're talking about that. Here's London. Yeah, like, especially like in large Seattle. Like, yeah, in large cities in the West, New York City, you'll see these like Falun Dafa, Falun Gong protests. And, you know, there's I would say there's no hard evidence. There's just that report that was released by those lawyers. But yeah, like they that's like their big claim, that there's this organ harvesting. But there's no, yeah, right here they have the sign, stop forced or organ harvesting. But, you know, it's just this random report, but there's no like hard evidence. Here's another one about the organ harvesting. Yeah, but it's very similar to this Xinjiang thing. It's like another thing, you know, like the Xinjiang, you have the supposed re-education camps, and Falun Gong, you have the organ harvesting. So it's like another anti-China thing that's coming up.
Investigated forced labour estimated that conservatively, over just a 2-year period, more than 80,000 Uyghurs were transferred out of Xinjiang to work in factories across China. They also found over 80 companies, directly or indirectly, benefiting from Uyghur labour in their supply chain. Some of them big international brands like Nike. When the Washington Post visited the factory of one of Nike's suppliers.
Okay, here he's going to go through different companies. A lot of the rebuttals I wanted to make, I've kind of finished, but I'm just kind of going to scrub through the video and see if there's like specific things that I might have forgotten that he mentions.
In dormitories under constant supervision with one worker.
Okay, he's talking about Nike there.
Reports about forced labour seriously, and
So
their
his show, they emailed Nike about this, and he's talking about the response. I'm not gonna like review. You can watch his video, but he's like kind of almost done with his presentation at this point, and now if there's specific, he talks about Volkswagen, right? That's the Volkswagen CEO. You know.
But it really shouldn't be too shocking. After all, they've been doing it since World War II.
Okay, still talking about Volkswagen.
What's going on in Xinjiang, because it's harrowing. Remember that woman who got electric shocks for taking too long in the bathroom? She was in 2 different camps, then was transferred into forced labour at a glove factory, all while separated from her family for 2 years. And while they were eventually reunited, they are understandably still haunted to this day.
For 2 years you didn't see your mom?
That is heartbreaking.
Okay, like, I don't really want to make a comment on that, you know. But obviously the purpose of a clip like that is obvious. It's like, you know, to get an emotional reaction out of you, but I don't want to make any comments as to, like, you know, authenticity or whatever, but it's just obvious what that's meant to do. So let's just go on.
And completely indefensible. And whenever pressed on this, the Chinese government has been quick to use whataboutism. They responded to US criticism by invoking atrocities ranging from the genocide of Native Americans to a statement that read, George Floyd's death shows that you...
Okay, we can skip this little part.
It's also completely possible for 2 things to be wrong at the same time. And I know the US-China relationship is complicated, particularly right now, and too often...
So he kind of has to, like, you know, kind of understand the potential pitfalls. Like, he doesn't want to seem anti-China the way Trump is. So he kind of, in this part, he's doing that. Like, he's like, oh, like, I'm not trying to get in a trade war with China, because he has criticized Trump, right, about the trade war. So he's saying, like, I'm not doing that, but this issue is important. So, you know, he tries to, like, cover both bases, you know.
It descends into reductive, xenophobic, us versus them stereotypes. But human rights should be completely non-negotiable. And I will say, the US has taken some small steps here.
So, you know, he's trying to be sincere, like, oh, like, I care about this issue, like, I'm not bashing China, I just care about Uyghurs and, you know, Xinjiang, and, you know, it's like, yeah, but there's, like, so many things he's misconstruing, so many omissions, right? And we're kind of getting towards the end, but let's just hurry up and get towards the end.
Like imposing sanctions against top Chinese officials, and Congress even passed the Uyghur Human Rights Policy Act earlier this year. But although Trump signed it, he also reportedly told Xi Jinping that he should go ahead with building the camps because he thought it was exactly the right thing to do. Which, from a foreign policy perspective, a human rights perspective, a political perspective, and even an interpersonal perspective, is exactly the wrong fucking thing to do. But look, this clearly isn't just about Trump, is it? Going forward, the entire global community needs to do more. The UN should have independent investigators looking at...
Okay, you see what he's doing here. Like, this is kind of what they did with Syria. It's like, oh, like, we need this global response, you know, like that's kind of like code word for sanctions and sort of other punitive measures against China. Like, you know, they always talk about this international community. I mean, that's really just talking about the West. But I mean, this really is kind of like an activist, like a call to action. Like, you know, America has already imposed sanctions. I don't know if Europe, let me actually search that really quick. I don't know if Europe has imposed sanctions specifically about Xinjiang. I guess I can find out really quick, right? So yeah, Europe has, right? China slams EU Parliament over Uyghur sanctions resolution. EU calls for sanctions, but I don't know if that means they passed them. So they're definitely stepping in that direction. The US has already done that. Oh, okay, so it's just a resolution, right? So it's not like... I'm not finding anything, just in a very quick search. I apologize I didn't kind of queue this up before, but just in a very quick search, I'm not finding... It seems like the EU is moving in that direction. The US has already done it, but... So here's 7 days ago. Here's some new sanctions from the US on CNN. Right, so the US is already, you know, the US leads the way in this kind of thing. But the EU, I think the EU is a little bit more cautious because the EU is a little bit smarter. Like the US, I feel like a lot of these propaganda propaganda campaigns rather, the US kind of like sort of leads the charge with the propaganda, and especially with the sanctions. But the EU will kind of follow along, but you know, they know the US is kind of like doing this, like you know, what's the old term, hearts and minds. Like the EU knows they have to kind of tread carefully, like, because I feel like you know, we looked at those documents, the Google translated documents, you know, the interviews with the detainees, those have been out. You know, take those as you will. The BBC has visited what China has called the vocational schools. They've been there. You know, people have claimed, oh, that was just like theater. Like, you didn't really see what was going on. Like, But this thing is ramping up, right? So there are sanctions specific to Xinjiang about these schools/camps. So this is becoming sort of like I don't even want to say it's like a human rights issue, but it's like it is becoming like a real international issue. So let's keep going.
Into what China has done in Xinjiang, governments around the world should be speaking out about the treatment of the Uyghurs without bending to China's economic influence, and big multinational companies like Nike and VW.
Yeah, it's funny he said bending to China's economic influence, right? I mean, that's really what a lot of this is about. Like, I honestly feel, right. So let me just show you something really quick. China. Okay, I can get rid of that. I believe just recently, China's GDP surpassed the US GDP. I might be wrong. Yeah, no, I'm right. So that might be purchasing, right? So it's purchasing power. I might be wrong on that one. Okay, let's see. So here, what year is this? What I'm saying is a lot of this has to do with China's economic influence, right? So, U.S. So the purchasing power parity, right? If I remember my economics class correctly, that's like the actual value of your money. The nominal is like the money supply, but the value of it is the purchasing power parity. So the U.S., right, like the supply of the GDP supply is 21 trillion. The purchasing power parity is just 21 trillion. Or I believe purchasing power parity, it's that's more of like a real number. Someone can correct me later, but I believe the number you want to look at, right, is PPP. So China, if you look at the PPP, it surpasses the United States, okay? So that's what a lot of this is about. China, as far as like their economy as a whole and what their economy is worth, it's like reaching that point where they're starting to surpass the U.S. So yeah, PPP is right, the actual value. I can check that really quick. I haven't taken an economics class in a while. So okay, that's about different currencies. Yeah, there's probably a lot of equations you could use to get the PPP, but I think you want to look at that when you're talking about like international trade, especially that like China's PPP was way higher than its nominal GDP. So yeah, I think the PPP is like the PPP is like sort of, you have the nominal, like if you just transferred all the money into US dollars, that's the nominal. But the PPP is like, okay, what can that money actually buy? So that's like a more accurate number. Yeah. So the raw GDP, right? That's why China's was so much higher. Like the nominal GDP in China, like we saw, it was like 14 million. So that's like if you just transferred the Chinese GDP into US dollars, it would be 14 million. But then when you look at what that, or 14 trillion, sorry, when you look at what that can actually buy, then it actually surpasses the US, right? So that's what they're really worried about. And that's why the trade war is happening. You know, China is just starting to like outpace us. It's just starting, like it's not sort of like running away from the US, but when you look at like their total economy, when you look at our total economy and their total economy, it's getting to that point where, you know, the US is like gonna have to start playing catch up. And we are. Like China has, I mentioned the high-speed rail. We don't have that in the US. China has more high-speed rail than any other country. So yeah, I feel like, I mean, John Oliver might be, you know, sincere, maybe. I don't really think he's sincere, especially on his Venezuela episode. But a lot of this, like, a lot of these accusations being made against China, you know, they're really ramping up. And also, you know, he did this episode like a week ago. He mentioned the sterilizations, you know, minutes back. And when I saw that, I was like, oh boy, like they're really starting to ramp up this like Uyghur stuff. And it's no surprise, you know, just yesterday he uploads this. Because that story about you know, the supposed sterilizations and the forced abortions and the forced IUDs of Uyghur women, like that was Associated Press, or I believe, yeah, Associated Press. When I saw that, I was like, okay, that's like a really serious accusation. And I'd kind of been following a lot of this story. Not like every single day, you know, but I sort of saw the things that were being said that China was being accused of, and I was like, okay, like when I saw that, I was like, okay, this thing is like really building up now. Like we're gonna get to the point of sanctions. Like that's kind of how it works. Like the accusations, like the lie kind of starts small and it gets bigger and bigger, right? But it's the point of this. I feel like the U.S. maybe they want to get the EU on board. I don't really think the EU will get on board, but they just want to get more sanctions, and it's just to isolate China economically. That's kind of like the big picture I want to provide here. And I'll kind of end on that note. Like that's sort of the purpose of when you see stories like the Uyghurs or like Hong Kong or Tibet. Like it's kind of to create this narrative, and it gives the justification, right, to isolate China, right? Like, so if you don't know, Huawei, that's China's large telecom company. Huawei is being banned in like many different countries. So the UK is following the US's lead. They're banning Huawei. I believe the United States already banned Huawei. Yeah, Trump did a Huawei ban just recently. That's going to last another year. The reason why I mention this, you know, there was that. So the U.S. government said Huawei, the security of those phones was compromised, but strangely, the tech press, like Wired magazine, things like that, they never really said like there were security risks, but our government said this like a long time ago. without tech companies saying that. And one thing, it kind of sounds silly, right? But Huawei phones, right? If you read any like tech comparison, Huawei phones are like so much. Like here's an article here. Like Huawei phones, the specs are so much higher than like iPhones, like the phone I have, the phone most people have. And I feel like part of the ban on Huawei, like let me go back. Like, Trump banned Huawei. Part of that ban is kind of just to protect Apple. Because like if they were able to sell Huawei phones here in the US, Apple wouldn't sell phones. Because by every metric, Huawei phones are superior. So yeah, like part of the isolation of China is to protect US companies. So let's keep going.
Should not only be working to clean up their supply chains, but also actively using their financial leverage to...
So here, you can tell he's kind of getting more aggressive and excited here. Let's just keep going.
Pressure the Chinese government to end these abuses. But none of that is going to happen unless people pay attention. And look, I know that raising awareness is often a bullshit solution that doesn't really solve a problem. But there can be a real benefit to awareness, even if it is coming through a TikTok makeup tutorial, or let's say, the exact opposite of one. Because in this instance, awareness is actually a necessary...
I think from here he's mostly done. I'll just play through the rest. I've kind of went through most of the tabs I wanted to, list. Here's one tab. I mentioned the National Endowment for Democracy. You can read this. This is the U.S. government's, they support democratic freedoms around the world, but it's always in countries that the U.S. is antagonistic with. Here's sort of the money they've given in Xinjiang. This might be like one thing I forgot to mention. But yeah, they've given $380,000 to the World Uyghur Congress. And more to these like Uyghur Human Rights Project to advocate for Uyghur human rights. It's some organization. Yeah, so okay, and it's funny, like National Endowment for Democracy, they use that term East Turkestan, like even in their website. So they're using like that separatist term that I mentioned. So it's kind of like a small thing. You can go on their website. You can look at all the countries they've given grants to. Like this is partially a government organization, so they have to be transparent. They have to publish, where all the money is going. And so here they use East Turkestan again, right? So 90,000. Yeah. And this isn't the only group. There's other groups. This is sort of the main one. Like if you want to sort of track these things down, I think there's one that's called like NIS. So yeah, here's that thing about the burqa. If I can find this really quickly. There's another group like this that provides money. Yeah, I may be forgetting, but there's several of these various groups. You just have various foundations. There's like the Ford Foundation. They give money. Yeah, like the Gates Foundation. Here's a famous one. I'm sure people have heard of this. Open Society Institute. This group worked a lot in Eastern Europe. Even during, like I talked about the Helsinki Accords, Open Society Institute was doing similar work that the Helsinki Accords were doing, right, back during that time. So yeah, National Endowment for Democracy. Oh my God. Open Society Foundations, the endowment, they have 19 billion, almost $20 billion. That's like that's more than most like really major like Ivy League universities in the United States. So yeah, there's like a lot of these groups, these like think tanks, these NGOs that do this kind of work, fund these like separatist movements, these dissident groups in countries that the U.S. is competing with, China, Russia, Iran, Venezuela, Syria, the list goes on, Cuba. This is very common.
Precondition for action. And I know there is a lot to worry about right now, from a raging pandemic to an ugly presidential election to a purple pervert who couldn't give a fuck about pants. But we have to make sure that the treatment of Uyghurs is also on that list. Because when you're dealing with a concerted campaign centered on cultural erasure, one of the most important things we can do is continue to pay attention. At the very least, so that if an entire culture is replaced by a horny, lobotomized panda, we'll know to stand up and fucking say something.
Okay, so that's the end of his presentation, and it's going to be the end of mine. That's been extremely long, but I just wanted to record this. I didn't realize it would take so long, because I guess there's kind of a lot of back information to get into, and a lot of background, rather. I don't think a lot of the specifics about Xinjiang or like Chinese history are that known. I might edit this a little bit, but I do want to put this out quickly because this is kind of becoming like a serious sort of accusation, and I feel like this is sort of going to lead to like a more aggressive footing with China. It's definitely more sanctions, and just it's like a needless conflict. Like, how do I put it? Like the West and the World Uyghur Congress and these different NGOs, they're just stirring up this thing, right? Like, I don't know. And yeah, I mentioned much earlier, right? So if you take the population, right, in Xinjiang, the Uyghur population, if you assumed that the entire population was Muslim, right, that would be 8 million Muslims. And in general, this thing is being spun as this repression of Islam, this repression of Muslims. And at the high end, the estimates were 80 million Muslims in China. So the Muslims in Xinjiang, if you just look at the Uyghurs, that would be like 10% of the total Muslim population. So I just don't really kind of understand, like they're definitely stirring the pot with this, I don't think John Oliver has done an episode on Hong Kong. I don't believe he has. I usually kind of follow his shows. I don't like, some topics are good. I feel like when he's talking about the United States, it's accurate and good. But like here, I mean, like the first egregious thing, he mentions Xinjiang, he mentioned the riots, but he didn't mention any of the terrorist attacks preceding the riots. He mentioned the schools, he calls them re-education camps. I don't know. I don't really think that's been firmly established that these are camps or prisons, but he didn't mention, like he mentioned the thing that Xi Jinping did the Strike Hard campaign in 2014, but he didn't mention there were like numerous terrorist attacks in 2014 and before that, like 2008, and like years leading up before that, before 2014. So like, you know, he may be sincere, like he may feel that something horrific is happening and, you know, the world needs to like speak up, and that, you know, China's doing something bad, but like he's not giving you the full context. And yeah, like it's just really curious that he just doesn't once mention terrorism. And I'm not, when I say terrorism, I'm not saying at all that, you know, Xinjiang is like some hotbed of terrorism. Yes, there are terrorists there. I'm not accusing the Uyghur population in any sort of substantive way of being involved with that. But like, yeah, there have been terror attacks. Like, now, yeah, it is possible some of those attacks may have been from people crossing over. Really quick, we can look. So a lot of those attacks were in Kashgar, right? The city called Kashgar. So right, that's pretty close. You see Kashgar. You see Kashgar. Or wait, it disappeared. The little dot disappeared. You see Kashgar, right? That's kind of close to the border. It is possible that like there's border crossings happening. Maybe some of those attacks that we saw happening before, during 2017 and before, were like border crossings. Maybe people who weren't even Xinjiang residents. And here's the capital. There were quite a few attacks in the capital. So the red here, the red is the capital, Urumqi or Urumqi. And here's the yellow, the light yellow obviously is China. The orange is Xinjiang. Here's the capital, right? So yeah, there was a lot of attacks in Urumqi. The riot was in Urumqi. But it seemed like there was like a lot of terrorist attacks in Kashgar. When there haven't been terrorist attacks recently, like the past 3 years, but there were a lot in Kashgar. So yeah, that kind of brings this to a close. I don't really have any other points to make, but I just feel we're kind of going down a dangerous road, right? You know, all these, there's just all this press coming out every day, right? Accusing China of doing this. And, you know, we have these, you know, they're publishing these accounts, like you saw that woman and her daughter, right? So yeah, they're publishing these accounts, and, you know, John Oliver showed this this essay by the Australian Ministry of Defence, Australia's military, or at least the civilian, you know, branch that oversees the military. I'm guessing that might be similar to the Department of Defense, which just oversees the United States military. But they're publishing these reports. The World Uyghur Congress, like, it's just like this is kind of going in like the wrong direction. Just like, you know, and Trump is doing this trade war. All these things are kind of happening at the same time. It's not just like one thing, right? You got Hong Kong, Xinjiang. It's all going somewhere, right? So yeah, that's basically what I have to say about this. This has been extremely long. I'll listen to it. If I need to edit it down, I'll try to. But yeah, that's how I feel. And thanks for listening.